And welcome to our council meeting. Today is May 27th. Before we get into the official agenda, we do have a certificate presentation for the 85th anniversary of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 1260. So if we could have the representatives come up, please, Leroy, or we got 3 seats up here. Yeah, have a seat. Bring them all if you want, yeah. It says brotherhood, but you're on sister over there too, so I'm assuming that. Let's make sure you guys can have a seat. Yeah, you can have a, yeah, 3 of you can sit down. Yeah, usually the boss sits on that one, and then. All right, well, thank you guys for being here today. We're honored to recognize the 85th anniversary. And let me just read the certificate, and then we'll go ahead and take some discussion. The Kauaʻi County Council hereby joins the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, also known as the IBEW Local Union 1260, in celebrating its 85th anniversary in 2026. IBEW Local Union 1260 was officially chartered on June 2nd, 1941, marking the beginning of 85 years of dedicated service to working families throughout the Pacific. Today, Local 1260 proudly represents more than 3,000 members from Hawaii to Guam and stands as one of the most diversified unions within the IBEW, encompassing utility and construction, broadcasting and communications, technical and utility, media, and government defense industries, ensuring the safety, reliability, and security of our island communities. Local 1260 has consistently demonstrated its unwavering commitment to advocating for working families by providing high-quality apprentice training programs, promoting skilled trades, and prioritizing safety in every workplace. Through its steadfast support for job security, labor protections, and a long and proud tradition of community service, Local 1260 has built a legacy of solidarity and excellence that spans generations of Ohana working under its signatory agreements. The Kauaʻi County Council honors the 85th anniversary of IBEW Local 1260 and offers its deepest appreciation for the Local 1260's steadfast dedication to strengthening and safeguarding the rights of working people. Happy birthday. So, Leroy, you want to introduce yourself and your team and share some comments? Yeah.
Oh. Aloha, I'm Leroy Chincio. I'm the business manager with IBEW Local 1260, and we brought our president, Russell Jarrett, here also, and the representatives from who we represent on Kauaʻi, the biggest employers being KIUC and PMRF. So we have Lynn Costissimo from KIUC, Grayson Nakashima, PMRF, and our representative on island is Troy Jacinto, along with our guy who set everything up is Tony over here. So again, we happy to be here. We thank you so much for the honor. Again, I think it's great that we all aligned in, again, creating local jobs for local families and making them be able to stay here in Kauaʻi. So again, thank you guys for all your support and everything that you guys have helped us with through the years.
And for those of you that don't know, Mr. Nakashima right there in the back is our Michelle's son. Yeah. Happy birthday, man. Go ahead.
Oh, I have a question.
Sure.
So thank you for being here. Thank you for all that you do. And boy, are electricians needed. Like if you need somebody, it's hard to find somebody who's got a gap in their schedule. So I liked how you're saying that you offer this internship and training. This is an opportunity where people are watching it on the television or have different exposure. Can you just tell me for a moment, if somebody is interested in being an electrician, how IBEW helps that become a reality?
Okay, we actually represent more of the utility side as opposed to the construction electricians. So with KIUC and PMRF, you know, they could contact us. We work with the signatories because it is very hard to recruit people, it seems like, lately. I mean, and this is some good jobs that people maybe don't know about that has a good opportunity of working here and staying here in the islands. You know, PMRF with the wide range of technological skills needed. You know, and we want to create more, I guess, opportunities with the community college, just us as an employer, union and with the employers. So just contact us and we can definitely put you in the right direction.
Okay, and would that be like linemen too? Is that
Yeah,
like so that's a courageous job and an
Yeah.
important job.
Yeah.
So if people want to be a lineman or something, they would call KIUC, and somehow IBEW helps that whole
Yeah,
process.
we just opened up our lineman apprenticeship. Just for context, well, linemen make real good money.
I would think, and they should, by the way.
Yeah, and there has not been one lineman graduating with an apprenticeship outside of the utility ever. So because KIUC and Hawaiian Electric is confined by the regulatory things, every time they need help, they bring in contractors from the mainland. And we say, hey, we got to stop doing that and give our local people an opportunity to get these jobs. So in working with KIUC and Hawaiian Electric, we came up with this agreement that we'll produce local linemen on a bench that can have these jobs and opportunities, again, and keeping the trade and the money here.
Thank you, because that's very important. We need to
Yes.
keep the trade and money and build our talent that's
Hallelujah.
already here. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Not questions.
Go ahead.
Not questions.
No, this is,
Yeah, aloha, good morning. I just wanted to say congratulations on the anniversary of your founding. Very important day when you were founded. And mahalo nui loa for all the work that you do day in and day out, and your members as well. I love unions. My favorite thing about unions is that they're owned and run by the members themselves. And so nobody does more for our working families than unions, and it's of the workers themselves. So keep up the good work. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mr. Kauaʻi?
So to mahalo you folks. I remember once upon a time was Kauaʻi Electric, right? Back then.
Yep.
And then my dad worked for Kauaʻi Electric for 20 plus years, and Bobby Brown and all those guys. But then all the work that you folks do and the connecting, just appreciate everything, and all you folks being here. And congratulations again for all the time spent, but all the mana'o.
Thank you.
Blessings.
Mr. Kutcher?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations on your anniversary. I do have a question for Bryson, and it's from your mom. What's for dinner and what time?
Never think that far in.
Nah. Again, just congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Holland?
Yeah, I'll just echo the gratitude. Thank you for all that you guys have done for our working families for 85 years. It's a great accomplishment. Congratulations. I'm texting my little brother who's studying electrical stuff in San Francisco, being like, see, you should look into this. Go watch this. Come on. So thank you for all you do in keeping our families here on Kauaʻi.
Thank you.
Good. Mr. Ulasan?
Yeah, I just want to echo congratulations. My dad is a retired IB 1186. I know the work that unions and all the work that you guys do, I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for his hard work and the ability for the unions to support our family and do all the things that we do. And so I'm forever grateful for all the work that you guys do. So happy birthday and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you guys again for being here and for flying in for this. I just wanted to highlight again what you said about the importance of keeping our local pool, the funnel full, because when we see it here a lot, when we see the importing of employees or workers because we cannot fill that need, the reciprocal, not reciprocal, but the compound effect of housing, because these people that come in got to take up inventory to stay here. So it's the effects are compounding, and that's why it's so critical. So the apprenticeship programs, the internships are critical, and then working with our colleges and even the high schools to get our kids interested. Nobody wakes up one day and says, I want to be a lineman, They want to be a pilot or a doctor or a lawyer. And we got to do a better job. All of us as a community got to do a better job making sure that these kids know that these opportunities are available right here locally on Kauai. So thank you and happy birthday.
Thank you, guys. Mahalo.
All right. We'll take a picture. I think they're kind of big dudes. Yeah, I think they can fit here. Yeah. We'll take a short recess and Okay, and we do have one public hearing this morning for for C 2026-118. Can you read the notice, please?
Notice is hereby given that the Council of the County of Kauaʻi will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, May 27, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. or soon thereafter at the Council Chambers, 4396 Rice Street, Suite 201, Lihue, Kauaʻi, Hawaii 96766 on the following. C 2006-118, communication from the mayor submitting his supplemental budget communication for fiscal year 2026-2027 and proposed amendments to the budget bills pursuant to Section 19.02A of the Kauaʻi County Charter. The purpose of this communication is to submit the mayor's suggested modifications to the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 annual budget bills and reasons justifying such modifications pursuant to Section 19.02A of the Kauaʻi County Charter as amended.
Is there any registered speakers or remote testimony?
No, sir.
No registered speakers, no written testimony.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. We'll start off with Parks and Rec.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the Parks and Recreation and Transportation Committee. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Can the clerk please read the first item?
PRT 2026-01, communication from Councilmember Cowden requesting the presence of the Director of Parks and Recreation to provide a briefing relating to the refurbishment of Morgan's Ponds at Lidgate Beach Park.
Second.
Thank you. We'll suspend the rules and call up Director Porter. Front and center, guys. Nice to see you both.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Pat Porter, Director of Parks. So today we have Kylan De La Cruz here. He's gonna give the briefing on the project. So Kylan is the chief of our planning development division, and he's also the project manager for this project as well. And so, it'll be mostly Kylan talking today.
Thank you, Director. Hi, Kylan.
Hello. Kylan De La Cruz, for the record, Chief of Planning and Development, Department of Parks and Recreation. Do we have this slide? I'd like to start with kind of like giving a brief history of Morgan Ponds up to this point. The other slide. Okay, so the Morgan Ponds was visualized and created by Albert Morgan Sr. From a visit to Italy, and he saw, which he created a vision for Kauaʻi, which is how the ponds came into being. He solicited he obtained some financial support from this legislator, Billy Fernandez, and secured some money to build the ponds. around circa 1964 is when the ponds were constructed. Since 1964 to 2009, there are a lot of the ponds gradually deteriorated. Yeah, their rocks eventually got displaced. The way the construction of when the boulders were placed there, they didn't really have. It wasn't really properly engineered, so the rocks were easily displaced over time. A lot of these rocks came from the Leeway Plantation area, and so the problems kind of started over that time where the boulders started falling apart. So around 2009, there's a lot of debris coming down from the river, particularly cut trees and wooden debris that eventually accumulated in the ponds. In 2010, 2011, there's a major rehabilitation project that took place where the rocks were restored. But there are some problems with the reconstruction at the time where there were turbidity issues, where the pond was dredged and there was a lot of silt in the under the layer of sand that caused all the turbidity. So that was ceased at the time. During this time as well, luckily, Friends of Kamalani and Lidgate Park, with the leadership of Tommy Noyes, solicited a lot of volunteers to go and help with cleaning up the area, and helping. Just helping out cleaning the ponds and making sure that the area was free of debris. They also helped with the regularity of cleaning the ponds over till today. They still help. They are a major resource and asset that help clean the ponds. So again, the Friends of Kamalani and Lidgate Park was instrumental in ensuring that the area was clean during the time when the 2011 time when the turbidity and stuff were created as a result of the rehab work. Friends of Kamalani and Lidgate also helped with removing the fine debris, and over time the silt and stuff settled. And in 2013, Friends of Kamalani and Lidgate Park helped had a communication with council to explain the history of the ponds, their cleaning efforts, and the sediment and debris conditions and issues that still persisted. So there were concerns between 2018 and 2023. There were renewed concerns about the structural damage. So after the cleanup back in 2011 and 2010 and 11, there were over time again the the breakwater became damaged again, and the council brought up the safety concern, And so we solicited some funding, and in 2023, we secured funding and solicited for professional services. In March of 2024, we entered into a contract with Oceanet, which is in a contract that we have till today. The official notice to proceed started in April of 15 of 2024, not 27, April 2024. The expected approvals of the Army Corps nationwide permits, conservation district use application and permit, SMA permits, CZM, and shoreline setback approvals. The purpose was to avoid a full EIS and to pursue an EA exemption. On July 24, there was a first community meeting. It was kind of informal meeting to introduce the conceptual breakwater alternatives developed, and kind of like have a talk story session with the community after a volunteer cleanup on that day, and where people had opportunity to put input as to what they wanted as far as for this long-term maintenance project. So we looked at this as a project instead of a one-and-done deal with it, where it takes 2.5+ years just to get the permits in place, and then do a one-and-done deal with construction, and then when something happens, then we have to go back into this whole process and do it all over again. The department figured that we should be looking into a long-term alternative, a long-term maintenance plan, so that if there is any kind of event after the wall is repaired, we still can go in and do repairs instead of having to go through the permitting process again. So when the conceptual ideas were generated in the first meeting, we had in December 24, we had a second community meeting with the conceptual design options, and basically the design options. Let me read this part here. Oceanet considered wall openings, hoping that it would facilitate water circulation within the pond to push out any debris that entered. However, after field studies using current measuring instruments, it was found that current direction is from outside the wall and inside the pond at all locations around the pond. So basically, with some of the studies that were done, it was thinking of maybe putting an opening in the breakwater that would facilitate clear exchange of ocean water from outside to the inside. But after the studies were done, it was found that because of the currents, the debris would come from all sides of the pond and not just a general side. It came from all sides of the pond. So to prevent or reduce the debris movement in the pond, the proposed design elevates the wall to 10 feet. So now instead of having an opening in the pond, and we'll go over the design plans where 60% of September 2025, the preliminary design was drawn out, and we'll go over the plans briefly. And it included erosion control plans, demo, the grading plans, the profile drawings, and the best measurement practice details. So the demo, let me see. So July to October, some marine biology studies were done. It documented algae communities, invertebrates, fish population. Yeah.
Check, check, mic 1, 2. Yo, 1, 2, check, check, check. Check, check.
We're calling the meeting back to order. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Evan. Please continue.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's start with just where we're at right now. So we entered into a contract, and we did two community meetings. First one was just to get an informal meeting, just to get information from the public as to see what direction we should be going with the maintenance, long-term maintenance project. After the second community meeting, it was a more formal meeting. We took input and had some conceptual ideas as to how we was going to do the address the breakwater. There were a couple openings as far as conceptual designs that rendered not reasonable to pursue because of the currents. Current studies that where the debris would come from all sides of the revetment of the breakwater.
The page is on the wrong page. For the viewers that are watching that, they're trying to click right on the page.
The next page, what's this 7?
Yeah, right here. Thank you. So then after the second community meeting, Oceanet came and produced some drawings where more reasonable drawings where we'll go over the 60% plans in a moment, detailing what's being addressed, how the breakwater was going to be constructed. Then there are some through the process within the recent months, there were some cultural considerations to be that need to be added in the First Amendment that we did to the contract. And what you see over there, the Kauaʻi analysis, the Section 106, and then Native Hawaiian consultation. So the transition points during this design and permitting process was, from how do we repair the wall to basically how do we repair the wall while satisfying the layered cultural and historic preservation and Native Hawaiian rights and federal consultation obligations. So it evolved from basically how do we establish a long-term plan to repair Morgan's Pond's damaged breakwater to how do we establish a long-term repair plan for the Morgan Pond's damaged breakwater while satisfying layered cultural, historical preservations, Native Hawaiian rights, and federal consultation obligations. Okay, so this is our timeline that we achieved. So we're and our target milestones, what we plan to achieve in the near future. So July, in July, we have a third community meeting scheduled where we're going to discuss the design, our selected design pathway. And then what you see there is basically the rest of the timeline until the design is complete. Next fiscal year, we plan to solicit, try to obtain some funding for the construction phase of the project. Any questions on that?
Yes, thank you so much for all of this and the work on it. So am I hearing you correctly that in the third community meeting, we will hear what the design will be, if it's going to be an 8-foot wall, a 10-foot wall, what it's going to be? I mean, have they decided already what it's going to be?
Yes, so let's go to the plans. So this is the plans we have up to this point. Is still subject to make adjustments and change. This is just the public safety requirements. This is okay. The preliminary stuff. Okay, so we'll go to page 5. So this is the existing site plan. This is what the Legate ponds are currently look like. So the plan is to maintain the alignment of the ponds, and this tells you where the mean lowest low sea level and the mean sea level, and the FEMA lines, and things of that nature on the current topography. Does this have a pointer? So this area here is the area that is the most damaged. This area of the pond, of the breakwater. It's almost to maybe 2 feet above sea level in certain places. This here basically is the erosion control plan. Here's, oops, I'm sorry. This is where the silt, all the best management practices, where the silt curtain is going to be placed. This area here, this is the sandy part of the pond, the coastal part of the pond. This is the grassy area of the pond on the left side of the small pond. So the barrier will be placed here and here to protect the construction area. And then the parking lot will have a corridor for our equipment to go in and out from. And then the silt barrier is here to protect any debris from moving in and out and control the construction area.
How long is construction going to take, Kylan?
Not sure yet.
And will it be closed the entire time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Councilman?
Actually, it works here on this page too. Up on the left where we see what looks kind of like reef out there, what we learned in that meeting with Oceanit is that rocks that have, up above that, right there, that rocks have tumbled out and gotten washed over into that area there, and that's part of what causes all that debris to come into the pond. Remember that when they pointed that out? So as all that debris comes out of the river, it hits where there are rocks that have come off and pushes it in a different way. Is those rocks out there going to be addressed? Are they determined to be part of what has been the crumbling wall, and are those going to get moved?
So back when they had the heavy rains and storm where all the debris from where the bridge was almost blocked off from debris under during the time we're under a federal declaration where the Parks Department cleaned out this area up to the bridge.
Okay.
So we cleaned out all the, to include this area over here. We cleaned this out here. Now that's a reef formation, and some debris, some of the boulders may have gotten up over there, but that's actually a reef formation up here.
Yeah, I remember that it was a reef formation. My memory is that they were discussing how boulders had added to it, and so that was working as kind of like a backstop and a redirect of getting all that debris pointed over into the pond. So I was wondering on that.
So the area of construction work is where these hatch lines are.
So then that would be a no for out there. And then when we were speaking, we were thinking between an 8-foot and a 10-foot increase in height. And so did they determine 10 feet? Is that what I thought I heard you say?
Yes. Let me get to the next slide. So what you see here is the breakwater, how it is going to be constructed. So if you see within the pond area, again, I'm pressing the wrong button. So within the pond area, the height to the crest of the breakwater is going to be a lot steeper than the crest to the outer portion of the breakwater.
Okay.
And there's a reason behind it.
So
Wait, I'm just going to pause you real quick, Councilmember. There's still no sound on YouTube, on the Hōʻike YouTube. We do have some sound happening on the county site, but the Hōʻike YouTube is still down. Okay.
Somebody call IT?
Darren's in the room there right now.
He's in the room?
The other Spectrum channels are working, but definitely on the is no sound. Sorry, Jessica.
Okay, so you were showing that area of where it's going to have probably a greater slope so that the way the wave's coming over, because I know we discussed how we have to keep the water inside moving and active so that it doesn't stagnate, right? That's why the shape of the outside of the design.
That is correct.
I want to.
Mike.
Oh, you have to. You said that is correct. You can say that.
That is correct. Yeah.
So I want to express gratitude to at the meeting, it was largely a group called Silver Mermaids that were really seemingly leading the dialogue there anyway of what was needed. was consideration given. I know when they want to bring it up to 10 feet, and then when people are swimming out there, they want to be able to see the ocean, and they would just simply be in a bowl at 10 feet, and they wouldn't be able to see the ocean. All of that got discussed.
Yes, so when after the second community meeting, with the help of the Friends of Kamalani in Ligay Park, and Oceanet went out there to kind of like do a simulation of how it would look like as far as a viewing at the different heights. At 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, and see how it impacts the viewing plane.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, it was once that was done, then that's how the plans came into the revised plans. The 60% plans came into play. So now, if you look at this, diagram, the areas here from the beginning of this is the shoreline, and the beginning of the breakwater from the shoreline outward is about 6 feet. Will be about 6 feet. It's currently about that height right now.
Okay.
Then moving outward becomes moved out with a 10 feet transition period. Transition point comes to about 8 feet, and then another transition point here goes to an elevation of 10 feet at the crests.
Okay.
And then it on the other side, it does the same thing. It goes back down to 8 feet and then down to 6 feet.
And what does 60% design mean? That means like it's not completed design?
Yeah, it's not a complete design, but it has the information that at least to a point where, because we still have to have another community meeting to discuss, and so then it still leaves room for making adjustments.
And this is like as my main last question, because I know I'm asking a lot, but thank you for coming, and I wanted my colleagues to be aware of this. I wanted to know where we were at, by the way, so I'm glad to know that we're going to have another meeting. Who stimulated me to come to the meeting was a man from Manahola whose grandfather, a man named Solomon Kupehea, he was the person who put it in. He worked for the county at the time. I'm not sure if it was fully a county or maybe it just become, what was a county? It was right around statehood.
Mm-hmm.
So he put it in, and at that time, the Wailua Beach was really pretty extended. And then this man, whose name is also Solomon, he remembers his grandmother completely chiding his grandfather that it was going to wash away Wailua Beach if they put that pond there, the way it shapes. Like if we go back to page 5, just so I'm able to say it, if we bring it back to here, it used to be that the ocean came in and hit Lidgate and went southbound, but now it comes in and goes around this little outcropping and tears away at the beach. That's what the man said, who is of, he somehow didn't really want to be identified, but Hawaiian ancestry, and grew up at his grandparents' house right there, what is now the house lots. And so he experienced that big argument, and then his memory is what his grandmother said would happen. Kauaʻi is her last name. That's very important to him because they were the protectors of Kauaʻi. So he feels that's why the ocean has washed away the beach. And so I brought that up at the meeting, and I brought it up to Oceanet. Do you know if they ever really considered that?
No, the question that you posed back in May 5th of last year, as far as the response hasn't changed.
And they didn't look at it. They didn't give that consideration.
I can read you the response for that.
Okay, because I know I brought it up in that summer meeting too.
So as far as, there's two questions posed to us at the time. Raising the rock wall surrounding Morgan's Pond at Lidgate Park. Regarding the Lidgate Beach Park, the maintenance project, we are not proposing any significant changes to the pond that will alter the existing dynamics. But as far as looking at the surrounding areas, that's going beyond the scope of this project.
Okay, I remember she said it was beyond the scope of what was funded, so they didn't look at it. So I just want it on the record. Like, I'm really thankful for the help. I certainly had my children in there when they were little. Sometimes I go do the Zumba. But, that, you know, as we are losing Wailua Beach, it may or may not have that, but at least from this Kupuna's memory and strong opinion that it was a key part of what washed away the beach. And that's, if we don't even care about the beach, we have the highway right there. So it seems like as we're watching Anahola Beach, Poipu Beach, Aliomanu, we're watching all this erosion along the areas. I just was kind of hoping that there would have been some consideration for that question. Sounds like there wasn't.
We're kind of seeming to move into discussion. Do you have any other questions?
Well, I was asking that, so he answered.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? Because I'm happy to move into discussion. I'm just seeing if there's anybody else that wants to ask any questions. Anything else you want to ask before we release the guys back?
To my understanding, the communication was sent at the time to Planning Department and Public Works as well, and I believe Planning Department provided a response to that. Other studies.
Just that they're not going to look at it, maybe. Yeah. Okay. And then for the December meeting, how is that being communicated out? Like, not December, the July, the third meeting. I want to make sure. Do we have a date for that yet?
Yes, I do. I can let you. You want me to look? I can look for it.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, just because we're on TV, if people are listening and they have an opinion, because it's an amazing pond, and it does really amazing work, and it doesn't seem like it's gotten filled with as much rubbish for a while, as badly, but thank you to all the volunteers. But I just want people, if they have an opinion, that they can come to this meeting.
There's no worries if you want to get back to us on that date.
Yeah, I'll get back with you on the
That's
date.
no problem. Vice Chair Kauaʻi, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, hold on.
We're looking at noon on the 25th of
July?
Yeah.
Saturday.
July 25th at noon.
Okay.
So the public announcement will be put out as we get closer to that time.
And it'll probably be at the hotel right next door, same
Yes.
as last time? Okay.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair?
I might have missed it, and I see on the first page you talk about how initially in the early 60s when it was built for approximately $18,000. Do you have any cost estimates of what it has cost so far with the planning and design that has been
Well, the last
going,
communication.
and what do you think it will cost in total by the end?
Yeah, so back in 2010-11, I believe the cost was about 200, somewhere around 220 something thousand at the time. It's going to be significantly more come around this time around.
And do you know how much it has been costing and how often we've done it to clean it out?
There were numerous cleanups over the past 15 or so years. There's been numerous cleanups. I think we took an estimation of the amount of debris that was removed from the ponds. But as far as the estimations, we had the emergency cleanup was roughly about $300-something thousand around circa 2019, I believe.
So that was just a one-time in 2019. That was a big cleanup.
when there was the federal assistance with.
You used big equipment and everything, right? It was
But then the ponds over a period of time, there were a few cleanups that was done. Most of the efforts came from the Friends of Kamalani group as well, and then the county's resources.
I think I remember after COVID, there was a lot of big sponsored cleanups with additional community groups as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair, did you have any questions?
Yeah, just a real quick, I should know this, but when the state executive ordered the lead gate back to the county, because it used to be state and it went to the county, did it include the fish pond as well? Do we own that fish pond, or does the state own that fish pond?
The Morgan's Pond.
Yeah.
I mean the fish pond, the Morgan's
Yeah, so that's county.
We own the entire.
State has the hill, up on the hill. But other than that, it's all county.
I believe the entire beach in that section is owed to us, right? So
Yeah, all the way down to Marine Camp.
But typically,
To Marine Camp.
typically the high water mark, anything beyond is the state. So I was just curious how did we acquire? I guess it was when they gave us the park.
It was tied in with the park and the golf course and all of that.
That's all. Thank you.
okay.
It's tangent but related. So the same week that we had that number 2 public hearing that I was at, where Oceanit had their plans, in the same hotel earlier that week, we had a meeting about Sand Savers, sort of plastic concrete U-shaped pieces to put on Wailua Beach to try and recollect sand. And that was also county. Are we doing that or we're not doing that?
No, that was a DOT project.
That was a DOT.
That we were supporting in because of the beach, but since then, I think my understanding is that DOT has abandoned that idea and is looking at
That's my understanding as well.
other options.
All right. That was what I thought, but what's happening in that meeting was just recognizing the routine erosion. It has some accretion, but it doesn't have the same level as normal. So even in the very same week, we had 2 different park, water, shoreline challenges. Okay.
Wonderful. No more questions. We can call the meeting back to order. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate all the information. We'll go ahead and see if there's any public testimony. Is there anybody wishing to testify on this item? Lonnie?
For the record, Lonnie Sykos, I'm no expert on fish ponds, but I have seen fish ponds in the Marshall Islands and the Caroline Islands. I've seen fish ponds on all the islands in Hawaii. I've never seen a fish pond built in the middle of a beach for the exact reasons that the Hawaiian Tutu explained so many decades ago. A very simple engineering principle is called venturi. It's what makes carburetors function in automobiles. And basically, if you have a fluid moving and you put an obstruction in there, it increases flow in one direction and creates a vacuum in the other direction. And so what's pulling all of the wood into Morgan's Pond is the venturi effect of the water trying to flow down the coast in whichever direction it's supposed to, and it impacts that wall and it creates little circulatory currents. That circulatory current is also what possibly damaged Wailua Beach. It's not the impact of this is all based upon scientific stuff, the quality of the bottom and the power of the current, etc. So for me, as the public looking at this, I see the value of the pond. I see lots of people are happy. I've gone down and helped clean the pond before. But the real issue here is, will this solve the problem for how many decades of every time the river is full of debris that the pond fills with debris? which also is another issue that the county really ought to pay attention to, since we're the ones that issue the grubbing permits, and the state is responsible for the land use permits, which is the timber operation up the river that supplies wood to the wood-burning electrical plant. And it's their failure, and the county and the state's failure to enforce law, that allows all that debris to come down the river time and time again, and neither the county nor the state takes any action against the people that pollute our reefs, kill our reefs with the debris pounding on it, and fills the pond, and then we end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars of bills. So one of the issues you need to deal with is to reduce the amount of debris coming from the commercial operation up the river, which obviously has very powerful political connections, or they would have been prosecuted like Mr. Pfluger was. Okay, but no, we'll prosecute Pfluger, but we won't prosecute these guys for doing the exact same kind of damage. And so I'm supportive of what you're doing, only up to the point that it's going to actually prevent the debris going into the pond and us having gazillion-dollar bills every few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to testify on this item? Bruce?
The record, Bruce Hart. I'm in agreement most of what Mr. Sykos said, so I won't go over that. I want to thank Kipukai for bringing up the cost. Yeah, I'd like some solid numbers. I'd like to know what this pond has cost us. And then I will echo Mr. Sykos in is this going to work? I mean, is this another Band-Aid, or is it really going to work? Is it going to solve the problem? I mean, is it going to solve it long term? Because again, my concern is the cost. And I agree, a lot of people enjoy this pond, but I personally don't swim in it because I don't think it's sanitary. Especially sometimes I've gone down there, and you're down there on a still morning, you can smell it. So historically, I'm not really educated as to just the cultural value of this pond. It wasn't there, it was created, and as they said at the very beginning of their presentation, I'm wondering about the whole pond, and I've been here 52 years, and I've wondered about it since I've been here. So to me, it's kind of like, look at the numbers, and is it, just how worth it is it? What's the benefit to the cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Good morning, Elena Oakman here. I've been a Law Homestead resident for over 20 years, and I actually came from Leadgate Park today. I ran and swam there. And there's a beautiful big community. Every morning I see so many people. They swim, run, and do like activities. And I remember John Leadgate, who was a big advocate and big cleanup guy. I remember the project when it was completed, and he was so happy that it was funded and created. And I see we are up to do it again. I understand the complexity of that much dynamics of the river and debris coming out, and also the prevention of so many trees coming down that way, and being able to, stop from creating more of that. And at the point of the Wailoa Bay, over the years, I've seen at some point, there were big ironwood trees that's been cut off for some reason. There were a couple of ironwood trees on the side of the beach that we were driving by, and I was shocked seeing like a couple of trees just cut off for some reason, and then the beach starts less and less sand. for the amount of work, that has to be done, and the public hearing that's going to happen. I believe, there will be many people of the community will be coming and attending with some feedback, and if the 10-feet wall will help, or it will be too extensive. So, but as a community member, I'm pro that project because it's been a very big, significant part of many families over the years. And to swim on the east side is not many places where people can actually swim without being ripped out into the ocean. So I see it less than like fish ponds, but more like an area of like family activities and swimming, like safe swimming, because many swimmers are swimming every day, and I see them every day. So thank you very much for bringing this matter, and hopefully we'll get some clarity in the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Great. We'll call the meeting back to order. Any further discussion from the members?
I have something to say. And again, I really like Morgan's Pond. I appreciate it. As what the last testifier just said, many people enjoy it all the time, so it's super valuable. What I did learn, both from the same person who called this to my attention, whose tutu was put it in, was one of the main people who put it in, is that the pond was designed as a safe swimming area for the Cocoa Palms guests. That's why it was put there. And so the beach was really full at that time, so people would just cross the street and just walk the beach all the way to the pond, and it was right there. And it was a nice place for people to swim. It isn't a fish pond, and it isn't even really a cultural pond from the past. I would say it's a cultural pond from the present, right? It's very appreciated. I have inquired a number of times without success to find a shoreline analysis to the best of my current tidal flow, that we don't have one along the coast from the north side of Wailua Beach to the ocean outflow of the wastewater treatment plant on the south side. And the best I can tell, the current can go in either direction. So sometimes it's going north. So when we have wastewater outflow going north and filling a pond with vulnerable swimmers, though it doesn't seem like people get too sick. I know at Hanalei Bay, my kids would get impetigo in the summer, because there's all this sewage, and we were less aware of it then. But I think there is reason to look at what the current would do. And when I went to the community meeting, it was filled almost entirely with people who enjoy the pond. And I loved their term for themselves. They called themselves the Silver Mermaids. It was women who liked to swim there, and they got a lot of quality exercise there. Who wasn't there is people from the outside community. And I was speaking on behalf of this individual from Anahola raising this question. It was a little bit frustrating for the rest of the community to have this question raised. But, if we raise the wall, it's likely to amplify current disruption. And I did ask if we had the option of no action, which, allows it to continue, but eventually it would probably wash away. What I have learned from different people who remember from before the pond went in, is that the beach at Lydgate Park has become more significant. So the sand has moved. So I really appreciate all the effort that happens down there. I appreciate the bike path that we have. And if we wash away the highway, that's worse than the 2018 flood, as an understatement. So I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to inspire the addition to the study to allow for looking at what it might be doing to our highway. And I think that's a very important element. But I'm thankful for all the people who help the park, all the people who enjoy the park, and for coming in, giving us this briefing, and just restating July 25th at the Garden Inn in that bigger room, Hilton, just north of where that is, at Wailua, is the meeting. And so people are interested, they should come, I'll be there.
Wonderful. Anybody else for discussion? Yeah, Councilmember.
Yeah, I'll just say, I'm interested in seeing the pond improved. I like it. I take my kids there. It's a safe spot for them to swim. I also see just a lot of local families using the park for birthdays or what. Even if it's just a small pavilion, a lot of families just use that. So yeah, I'm very interested in seeing the ponds improved. So just put it out there.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else for discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Cotton for putting this on the agenda and the chair for having this. Mahalo for the presentation from the team. Great to see the updates. Pretty sure my wife and my son is there right now. So looking forward to the improvements. Hopefully we can consider some of the considerations that were shared, if not in this project, in other future things that we can pursue to make this space a safer space. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I appreciate the discussion. This is very important for our community. Personally, my mopuna, take them there a lot, so, and a lot of families. So we just got to find that balance and understanding and moving forward. And I appreciate the discussion on the floor. So look forward to more opportunities. Mahalo.
Wonderful. Anybody else for comments or anything? Okay, I'll just end by saying that I think this was a great discussion, and I appreciate all the information. I think, as somebody that understands the environmental aspects that you're talking about the long-term changes, it's hard to understand, the real impact that over 60 years this may or may not have caused. And I think while it is a very appropriate conversation to be had, the scope of this project seems to reflect just the returning of what's already been there. And so I think there's less focus on that long-term effect over 60 years of what happened from that. And I think it has become such a critical east side park and place for people to safely use the water that I agree with what you said about it being a modern cultural or a modern site, even though it's not historical. And I think there's definitely room for some of those larger conversations about, I appreciate that you also brought up the rocks that have fallen onto the reef. And really, I think my only concern with no action would be that would continue. And then those exacerbated effects of the moving of those rocks through big wave systems would probably have other impacts. And I guess we see this across Hawaii, and that's why we've moved away from shoreline hardening. And we saw it on Maui when we were just recently there, how much Ka'anapali has eroded because of the hardening of shoreline. So I appreciate the overall conversation, and just thank you for all the information and education, and I'm excited to see the project move forward and to go to that meeting. So thanks for bringing it up, everyone. And on that note, we'll go ahead and all in favor of receipt of this item, please say aye.
Aye.
Meeting and no further business, and seeing no objections, the hearing for the Parks and Recreation Transportation Committee is now adjourned.
Am I next?
Public safety, yes.
Okay. I call to order the meeting of the Public Safety and Human Services Committee. Can you please read the agenda item?
Item PSHS 2026-01, communication from Committee Chair Cowden requesting the presence of the Executive on Aging to provide a briefing concerning funding for the Agency on Elderly Affairs and an update on the changes to the Older Americans Act.
Thank you. And Emily?
Need a motion on?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I'm on the committee.
Do we have a move to receive?
Move to receive.
Second.
I am. I am the.
Okay, no, just asking if I'm on the committee.
Oh, okay. So, thank you. So we had a conversation recently about changes to the Older Americans Act from the presidential administration. And I wanted to have a better understanding of how that might impact our community. And then I think since we first talked, Brian Schatz maybe did something to help that a little bit. But can you tell us any kind of funding changes or how things are going relative to your department.
Emily Ishida, Executive on Aging, Agency on Elderly Affairs. So I had a slideshow.
Perfect.
PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if you folks want to follow along. I also have copies if you need.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to just explain a little bit about the structure of our agency. I know you're very familiar with Agency on Elderly Affairs, but after my conversation with Felicia a few weeks back, she kind of reminded me that she wasn't aware of the entirety of our agency and the foundation and the structure about it. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview because I feel like a clear understanding helps you folks advocate effectively. Right? Okay, so to start off, we exist here, the county of, so we can go on to the next slide. County of, do I do that? Oh, okay, thanks. So we are considered a AAA. So we are an area agency on aging. And basically we exist here because of the Older Americans Act. So this is a federal act that was enacted in 1965 by President Lyndon Johnson that helps support older adults, which we consider 60 and older, to help maintain their independence and their quality of life. And so just a quick, so the Older Americans Act established state units on aging. So in Hawaii, we have the Executive Office on Aging, known as the EOA, and then within that, we have our AAA, so the Agency on Aging, which is where we are here at the County of Kauaʻi. So it's foundational because I wanted to say as well that not all AAAs or agencies on aging are embedded in the county. So I would say we're very lucky. I'd say about a little under half are structured the way we are under counties, and half in the nation are actually under nonprofits or other entities. So we receive input from consumers, service providers, and other stakeholders, and we develop area plans. So our area plan basically is our strategic plan for aging services, and that is our document or how we receive, it's basically a compliance document of how we receive funding from the Old Americans Act, the federal law. So we don't only get money from you folks, we also get from Title III, and we also get from state funding, which I'll go into further detail. Okay, moving on. So like I mentioned earlier, the Congress passes funds to the Older Americans Act, and then they distribute it through the U.S. Administration for Community Living, the ACL. So that's on Friday, for example, we have our Older American. That actually is a nationwide, right? Thank you for whoever's going to be attending that. Appreciate it. So that's where we honor, one female and male in the community. It comes down from the ACL. It's not just us here at the Agency on Elderly Affairs. It's nationwide. And then, like I had mentioned, we get it. They distribute it through the EOA, the Executive Office on Aging, and then from there it's distributed to all the counties. So county, and it's all called different things: City of County of Honolulu, Maui County, Hawaii County Office on Aging, and we are the County of Kauaʻi Agency on Elderly Affairs. I thought that was important for you guys to understand just the structure of how we get our federal funding and our funding nationwide. I have to say, though, that right now, as Felicia had mentioned, that we are, so the Older Americans Act right now is kind of in this neutral place where it hasn't been reauthorized. So it's kind of a scary place to be because it's just like in limbo right now. So this slide, the aging policy is complex and it's heavily regulated, actually. Federal compliance, we have a lot of grant structures, coordination of services among healthcare systems, and the kupuna, they depend and rely on our programs, as you folks know. And actually, so in the previous slide, I had mentioned that our office and along with the outer islands, we actually work very closely together. So we rely on the programs, and the kupuna on each island rely on our offices. But one thing I have to say is other islands have an advantage because they're civil service. So Kauaʻi is actually the only office that isn't civil service, and they depend on the continuity of services because it's actually like the long-term oversight. They benefit from long-term planning versus shifting of priorities. So right now we're in a situation where we work closely together with all the executives on all the other islands, and it's important because our connection and the relationship we have with my counterparts on the other island, we actually get together once a month. We go up for a meeting in Honolulu. It's called the PABIA. We have an island PABIA and we have a state PABIA, so Policy Advisory Board Committee. And so we work closely together. We meet once a month, first Friday of the month. And this relationship that we have, we work with the director of the Executive Office on Aging. It's important because we avoid competing for the same resources. We're able to communicate different grants that are available. For example, Honolulu County Executive was able to get a grant of over $2 million, which he was able to put towards a building on Oahu because he could see the significance, because we're considering an aging and disability resource center. So he was able to move his staff in Honolulu to one central building, and that was kind of we were considered a no wrong door unit. So kupuna could just go to one location and get all the services. Like here, it's a little different because you have to go to Social Security, then you have to go to Medicaid office, then you have to go to DMV, then you have to come to our office. And really, what our office is a resource center. We have a few services that we offer direct services where we go into the home, we assess them, but a lot of it is this coordination of the services across the island, right? So that's just an example of how, so he was able to share that with me, and it kind of inspired me because now I want to be on the lookout for different grants, because I think that would be really convenient for kupuna, like to be in one central spot and not having to go all over the place, right? It's hard enough just to get to the county and then they're confused. And so that's actually one of my long-term goals, and that was very inspirational. And so another example is by all the executives on the island working together, there's something called the interstate funding formula. So we can influence through advocacy and lobbying the formula. So that will determine the percentage of money that we get from the federal government. We strategize grant strategies. We influence political. We have lots of meetings and relationships with politically, as you know, that helps us get our funding. So I just wanted to share that. And these bullet points are just other examples of how the significance of this coordinated leadership across the aging, we call it the aging network. Do you guys have any questions?
Yes. Did we go through all of this?
No. I just
wanted to stop.
So I just wanted to, and that was just an overview, and now I wanted to get into the funding sources. So we receive funding from 3 different sources. Federal funds, which I just explained, comes from the Older Americans Act, and state funds, and then county funds. So really quick, there's a breakdown. So we get a grant. We've been lucky to get it yearly because of the Older Americans Act, and it's divided into these 5 services. Title 3B is, I would call it the bedrock of services. We receive the most funding for that, and under that, you can read it, supported services, information referral. So that's like when you call into our office and we give you information, outreach, home modification, fall prevention, and legal assistance. So when we get the grant, they dictate how much money goes into these specific categories, right? So congregate meals, home delivered meals, evidence-based health promotion services. So that's our enhanced fitness programs. And then Title 3E, caregiver support, information, in-home respite, and support groups. So we have specific dollar amounts that go to these programs. The next type of funding we have are state funds. So this was created by the state to supplement the federal funding that we get. So it's a little bit more flexible. They'll give us a dollar amount, and we can use it to supplement the different programs that we have. And it's created. We get funding from our Aging and Disability Resource Center as well. So some of these services that we use is for in-home services. So our personal care, homemaker, assisted transportation, adult day health, not transportation anymore, but assisted trans, home delivered meals, fall prevention, congregate meals. We're using it towards our contract with Kupuna Connections, which has been very important because it's helped Kupuna understand how to use technology. That's really taken off, and I've worked directly with Kupuna. That's made a huge difference. They're able to know, they can go online, they understand how to use their phone, so it prevents actually abuse too, like when people call in and they don't understand how to use their phones, and now they do. We also put it into our elder abuse contract, which we have a conference, our second annual next month.
Okay.
So eligibility is the same, Hawaii residents 60 and older, and then we have ADLs and IADLs that we screen for, so that just means that if you go to the house, you have to qualify for certain services. Then lastly, folks obviously are familiar with our county funds, which we're very grateful for because, as you know, it helps pay for our salaries, and it allows flexibility for local needs. So unlike federal funds, it's way more flexible. These county funds, we have a couple grant programs. So RSVP, they are housed under the Agency on Elderly Affairs, and we have county matches the grant, so that's very helpful. Enhanced fitness programs, as you folks know, the instability of all grants, year to year, we don't know if we're going to get any, so that is very helpful. This critical funding, it doesn't keep pace with Hawaii's aging population and cost of living, and it helps sustain our services statewide. Just keeps consistent service delivery overall across the island. So I just wanted to give you some statistics here. 27% of Hawaii residents are 60 and older. We have less and less informal caregivers. By 2050, an estimated 26% of Hawaii's population will be aged 65 and older, reflecting the longer-term impact of the aging population. And this is kind of interesting. The annual median cost of adult care was $20,800, and the cost of a private nursing home was $196,000. So that's a lot. And obviously, what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep older adults at home versus unnecessarily going to nursing homes, obviously, because ideally they want to age in a place that they grew up, and it's better economically and civically. So in conclusion, just wanted to say that the Older Americans Act is the foundation of the aging services. It provides essential services for our elderly, our caregivers. Also, I wanted to point out that we are in this generation, there's a lot of people in the sandwich generation. I don't know if you've heard of it before, but we're caring for our parents and our grandparents, and we also are caring for our kids at home. So these services and money is supporting all of that, not just if you're elderly, right? Caregivers. It helps reduce isolation and improve the quality of life, strengthens families and caregiver support systems. We can't do it on our own. It promotes healthy aging, so a lot of it is proactive, like the enhanced fitness programs. We want to prevent people from being hospitalized, going to nursing homes. Coordinated safety for the aging population, and collaboration across county, state, and community partners are super important for supporting our kupuna.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Kaneshiro?
Emily, you mentioned, I wasn't sure, some of the organizations are civil service and some are non-civil service?
Yeah.
That's within the state?
Yeah, so the executives, so my position, Kauaʻi is...
Sorry, Mike. Okay, thank you.
The County of Kauaʻi here, we are the only island that my position is not civil service. So all the other islands are civil service positions.
Are there any pros and cons to that?
I would definitely say more pros. Continuity of services, understanding the aging network, it's complicated. Not only do you have to understand the way the county works, right, but then you have to understand it at a state level and a federal level. And like I was mentioning earlier, the stronger relationship that you have between the executives, you don't have to do the competing grants, you are doing more collaboration, you work together. So for example, 2 months ago, I traveled to Washington, D.C. with my counterparts, so the executive from Honolulu County and the Big Island. We went to Oahu and we had meetings with SHOTS and CASE, and we were able to talk to them about funding, explain to them the importance of the Older Americans Act, the reauthorization. So yeah, definitely benefits for sure. Yeah.
I have a clarifying question for that. When you're talking, you said, he asked you what's better, and you said yes. You didn't say whether it's better to be civil service or to be appointed.
Thank you for trying to clarify. Yes, it's definitely better to be civil service because you're in there for the long term.
So you have that continuity.
Exactly.
And I just want to recognize Me Aloha Takahashi, who had very many years of continuity.
Correct. I think 47.
47? Mm-hmm. So was she always appointed, or was some of that civil service?
She was civil service. She was somehow grandfathered in. I'm not sure how that worked. And when I took office, I was appointed by mayor. But when, in November, my position will be
appointed.
Correct.
So I guess when I'm thinking about Councilmember Kanashiro's question, you have some continuity already in the program, so we're thankful that you're in this. So, okay, does anybody else have questions? Okay, I have just a couple. And thank you for your presentation. So on page 8, you talked about Hawaii's growing older population. Does the Older Americans Act apply primarily to income-limited seniors or to all seniors?
To all seniors 60 and older, but we have priority, like if there's a wait list, and it depends on the service. So, for example, for home-delivered meals, there's no income limitation, but if there's a wait list, we're obviously going to give priority to people that live alone, their income is not as high, versus someone that's lower.
Okay, yeah. And then I'm highly conscious as a NACO person on the Committee of Human Services and Education of how many social services have been cut in the last couple of years in the current administration. The Older Americans Act not being reauthorized, was that a 50-year or 60 years, or does that get reauthorized every year?
Not every year. So the last time it was in the end of fiscal year 24 was the last. It expired in 24.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in the current administration, it hasn't been...
Correct.
But it has still yet been funded.
Yes, it's just kind of neutral, sitting there.
It's neutral sitting there, so we lose it.
Yeah, so that's part of the importance of my job, I feel like, is to bring awareness to what that means and how critical it is for this to be reauthorized and for programs not to get cut.
And then just one last question. When you're looking at 27% of our residents are 60 years and older, do you have any sense of how much of that is income limited? Are we having a lot of people moving here, retired with wealth that they can somehow afford to hire things, or do we have a lot of aging kupuna with a long history here who maybe lack wealth?
Yes,
you know?
I would say more. I don't know the exact statistic, which I could get back to you on.
Okay, because okay, so thank you. That would be my question. So no more questions? Thank you. I always want to call you Emily because I always think of you as Emily, but Director Ishida, I want to make sure I got that correct. I want to open it up to see if there's any public. Do we have anybody signed up to testify? Is there anybody interested in testifying? So we're going to have you move out of that seat. Mr. Sykos?
Good morning. For the record, Lonnie Sykos. Quite amazing. I was in probably 5th grade when this bill was passed, and here I sit, over 70 years of age, watching it slowly dry up. My first observation is I think it's a mistake not to have the director of this be a civil service employment. And part of my rationale for that is just generic how to run a government. And so this is a person who has what could be called capricious and arbitrary authority, in that when there are too many clients and not enough service, they have to decide who gets service and who doesn't. What we don't want to do is get ourselves sued because the person doing that doesn't understand that the constitutions prohibit them from discriminating over a number of issues. And so we would prefer someone who has a ongoing education in the needs to properly do their job and does it, and that they're for a long time, versus a political appointee every 2 years or 4 years or whatever. I have some questions. I've applied in the past not because I intended to use the services, but just to go through the process of it, and discovered that many of these services, in fact, don't have any openings, that there's wait lists. The one service I would be interested in is the how to use technology. My telephone's pretty much a mystery to me, other than to make phone calls and texts. So I would benefit greatly from being educated in how to use my smartphone. And so again, question is there availability? Is there a wait list? How long's the wait list? And in that area in particular, I know many seniors who did not use technology in their careers are pretty much clueless, and this would be an enormous service to them. And so as all of this gets digested, I encourage you to put more money into this so that somebody can teach me how to use my cell phone. So thank you very much, and a tip of the hat to the Elder Services. I think they do a great job with the limited resources that they have.
Mr. Hart?
For the record, Bruce Hart. I want to thank Councilmember Cowden for bringing this up. And the presentation put together very well. It gave me a better picture of what Elderly Affairs does, and I don't know, whether the Mr. President is going to hear this. I doubt it, but there's a lot of money being passed around at the federal government level, and I think that we all tend to begin to think of what we're going to do in our senior years whenever we reach our senior years, and I'm guilty of that. I'd like to see the council consider some encouragements to some of our younger generation who have seniors. They have grandma and grandpa, especially in the area of housing. And if the council and even the administration could get together and figure some ways to encourage by incentives, economic incentives, that the younger generation would be motivated more just than out of love, which should be enough, but there are economic considerations they have to take into consideration. I mean, in other words, what if we had grandma and grandpa living together with some of the grandchildren, even just a one-on-one, a grandson with grandpa, or a granddaughter with grandma, and they were able to receive housing incentives, somehow, for taking care of the elderly. And I've thought about that for a long time. And it's something I would introduce if I was sitting in one of those chairs. I'd work on it. So just in general, I'm in support of the Office of Elderly Affairs, and I think they should get more funding. And it's a reality that we all have to face at some point in our lives. Okay? Thank you.
Any others? Okay. Ms. Oakman?
Elena Oakman. Well, this is very important. And to lose funding or to lose these programs that are working already we need to really support on all levels. And what is being done, I was recently helping a friend who was helping with an elderly person, 88 years old lady. She couldn't even feed herself. It was really, really difficult, and we managed to help, but it's not an easy question. And people aging, and especially like was said, like being alone and not being able to function. It's really, yeah, we have to support that. And in regards of the cell phone and communication, there was I spoke with Emily like about a month ago after presentation here that during our Rotary Club, the giveaway of $5,000 for the next step in education, there were quite a few young kids from high school, and one of them was offering class to teach older people how to use their phones and also like computers, and he was very passionate about it. And I'm thinking about that, even like reaching out to that particular individual, or also calling young people who are really fluent in all this type of communication nowadays, and create a program. Like Sun Village is a huge elderly population area, like all together, like on a monthly basis, just offer, we can like from like that time once a month, or I believe it's going to be even in more demand. And if it's going to be funded, or also like if high schoolers or people who are fluent in can communicate easier and teach, that will be a great support to the community. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing this attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hart?
Again, briefly, for the record, Bruce Hart. The state library system, just to help out, offers one-on-one with people who will teach you about how to use your phone or your computer. So the state public libraries is doing that. And so, and it's working out really well. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak for a first or second time? Okay, with that, I'll call the meeting back to order. I want to just answer two of the questions that got raised. Mr. Hart asked about a room for a caregiver. County housing, senior housing, we have that. So that's already in place. And Mr. Psychos, yes, there is room for technical assistance. Sounds like you could go to the library as well. And the elderly affairs number for anybody who's listening that might need their help, and even to some level a no wrong door, if they will help direct you to the right department and usually transfer you. Their number is 808-241-4470. 241-4470. Okay, any discussion from the members?
I would just like to thank Emily for all the information and all the hard work. It's kind of distressing how few services there are available for our elderly. It kind of came up in our conversations over the budget and the houseless kupuna that we deal with and stuff. So especially if you're on your own and you don't have ohana to take you in, there really needs to be more services and more support. So just really grateful for all that you do. And I believe this body is entirely behind you. So thank you.
Anyone else? Vice Chair Kauaʻi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say mahalo nui loa to our executive on aging, Emily Ishida, and her entire team over at Elderly Affairs. And I'll just say, as always, just keep us posted on your advocacy work at both the state and federal levels, and then let us know if there's anything very specific each year of how we can help. As you know, most of us have the opportunity to get over to the ledge and then also to Capitol Hill in D.C. At least once a year. So, and typically we automatically advocate for, housing and for our elderly. But if there's anything specific, let us know, and we'll do that as well.
Anyone else? Council Member Bolasan?
I just want to mahalo Councilmember Councilmember Cowden for putting this on the agenda. Mahalo Emily for the presentation. I was lucky to be raised in a multi-generational home where, as a young person in my childhood, my grandma would watch us, probably from being born all the way up to 6, and I just remember playing with her all the time. And then when I became an adult and I moved back home back in 2014, it was because I wanted to be closer to her. I really considered her as one of my best friends, and when she passed away, it was really hard. And in that multi-generational living, I always thought how blessed it was to learn from her. She'd tell me all these stories about living on Oahu and watching Pearl Harbor get bombed, and working in the plantation store and getting paid $20 a month. And that really gave me a huge perspective. And that community living allowed me to see that the work that we're doing here at Council and the work that Elderly Affairs just feels like a normal thing that I have in my life, and I feel blessed, but I know it's not normal elsewhere, and that's why the services are super important, because the services allow us to normalize that practice of community support and that connection. And a lot of it is still happening, and a lot of families are in multi-generational homes. A lot of them is because that's the only option that they have, and it's not a choice. And so, I feel strongly to make sure that we keep echoing out to our federal, state counterparts and our county counterparts to continue programs like this and expand it, merely because it makes us a healthier community. It makes us have ability to have that sandwich population like mine's now, that I consistently think about my parents as much, or sometimes as much, as I think about my son. My 2-year-old son, I'm consistently thinking about how am I going to take care of my 72-year-old dad and my 71-year-old mom in a way that is healthy, and all the things with the rising cost of everything, and the world adapting. It's one of those things, and they're very able-bodied and they work super hard and still volunteering, but I'm just worried about them. You only need one fall, you only need one accident, you only need one thing you figure out, and you have this now. And so I really love that experience that I had as a kid growing up, and helping mimic that for other families, so that my son can grow up in that relationship and have these services super important to me. And so I really appreciate this presentation, because it allows me to keep working for this one and making sure that we fund it, but also learn ways to expand it, because it's definitely necessary for our community as we grow. Because there's no way we can solve half of these problems without making collaborations happen more. And so thank you again for this presentation.
Chair?
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you for being here today. Just two points that I wanted to make more for the public is, the first one for the public is we have, this council has consistently supported elderly affairs in their requests. And as I remember correctly, during the budget, we were informed that there is no waiting list anymore, and that is due to the supplemental funding that this county has provided to the funding. So I want to make sure the public understands that we're in a good place, but that is thanks to the county subsidy and not the federal or state. And then that brings me to my second point, which is more for this body, is because of what's happening at the national level, the landscape, we got to be very cognizant of that. we got to be careful in our financing, our budgeting, because at any moment that flow could stop, that funding flow could stop, and we are going to be required to pick it up. So I think we got to be extra careful during the budget process to make sure that we are prepared for any unforeseen circumstances that may happen at the national level. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to add to that, you know, how important this is and whatever we can do to continue to support our kupuna programs. We're all getting to that age ourselves.
Oh, we're there.
We're there.
We're there.
But at the same time, have decision makers and assuring that the support is there. And I think whether it be right here on Kauaʻi or reaching out from abroad and bringing things back home, I think it's very important, just kupuna in general, that we have that support there. So whatever we can do to continue to support our kupuna is important. So, mahalo.
Yes. So thank you, Executive Ishida, for coming in and bringing this. And we had a private meeting where we talked about the Agency on Elderly Affairs and the Older Americans Act. And I hadn't really focused on that had not been reauthorized. That's why I wanted us all to be aware of that. Even when I go to Washington, D.C., for the Human Services and Education Committee, we have been much more focused on the young and the SNAP programs, the NAHASDA, all of these funding sources that have been taken away. So we have all generations getting hit. And it's really important for exactly what has been said here in the chair. I want to just tell you, Addison, your parents are rock stars right now. They say 70 is the new 50. So, you know, many people are doing fine, but even the people who have enough capital to maybe try and get help, they still can't find the help. They're not easily able to hire people to stay with them. So I really appreciate the county allowing for a caregiver room in the senior housing, because that does make a big difference. So I just want to say thank you, and we got your back. And as Vice Chair said, definitely touch us on the shoulder when there is a cut or something like that. So thank you for us having our meeting on the impacts of the Older Americans Act, and that has basically sundown. So we have to see if we can reinvigorate that. So thank you, and with that, we need to take a vote to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that concludes the Public Safety and Human Services Committee.
I'd like to call to order the Finance and Economic Development Committee. Let the record reflect that all members are present. Today we have some various items relating to the fiscal year 2026 and 2027 budget, followed by 4 other bills. We have about 5 more minutes till our caption break. I think we can get through like the minutes and a bunch of just housekeeping items. So with that, Clerk, can you please read our first item?
The minutes of the fiscal year 2026-2027 departmental budget reviews.
Move to approve.
Second.
Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the minutes? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Minutes of the May 6, 2026 Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the minutes? Any questions or discussion from the members? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Item FED 2026-02, communication from Committee Chair Kaneshiro, transmitting the proposed increases to, deductions from, and other proposed amendments, the plus and minus sheets, to the Mayor's fiscal year 2026-2027 annual operating and capital improvement projects budgets.
Move to receive. Okay.
So this is just a plus or minus sheet that we received. Councilmember Cotton, you have a question?
No changes or anything in this. And I just want to take a moment to thank our staff, who does such an amazing job with the plus or minus sheets, and did read through it again.
Okay. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this? Any questions or discussion? If not, all those in favor of receipt signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Next item.
Resolution number 2026-11, resolution establishing the real property tax rates for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027 for the County of Kauaʻi.
Move to approve.
Second.
So neither the mayor or the council proposed any changes to the tax rate. So I believe we should be able to get through this resolution pretty fast. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the real property tax rates resolution? Any questions or discussion from the members? Ideally, again, when it comes to the budget items, I'd love for us to wait until second and final reading to make our statements on it.
Lonnie's asking to testify.
Oh, Lonnie. Oh, come up. I'll suspend the rules.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. Given that the county's need to collect money to pay our bills is the reason we're here, I had a question about the property tax rates. I don't have the sheet in front of me, but there was a sheet that had the rates for the different kinds of housing. And so what I noticed was if you owned a resort, your tax rate was less than if you owned a mansion. And so I think the county has the opportunity to increase revenue and also to make up for the fact that so many of the working class don't make living wages, which now the county is trying to make their lives livable, whether it's through housing, food assistance, all the different things that we do, that the resort rate seems like it could be raised because if you own a resort, you pay less in property tax than if you owned a giant McMansion. That was what I appeared to have seen in there. I could well be wrong. Thank you.
Clarifying question? Clarifying for Lonnie? Councilmember Holland.
Sorry, just clarifying, we don't have a mansion tax, so I'm wondering if you're talking about vacation rentals? I'm just wondering what you're referring to.
Talking of this and this.
Yes.
So the hotel.
So what I'm talking about is from this resolution is so in non-owner occupied residential, there's 3 tiers. Vacation rental, there's 3 tiers. And if you look at the vacation rental tier 3, right, it's $12.20 per million or whatever it is. And it's only 11.75 for hotel and resort. So I would.
So you're referring to vacation rentals, not just a mansion.
Right, to the vacation rent,
Okay, thank
which
you.
might be a McMansion. And I would also like to point out that a hotel and a resort are 2 entirely different creatures. And I will use the West Side Inn on the west side and the Westin as my differentiation between the type of business activity, and that the Westin should be charged a higher tax rate than the West Inn.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to testify? Call the meeting back to order. Any questions or discussion from the members? Councilmember Cowden.
I know you said don't say anything till the very end, but I do want to just make a point that what I am continue to be uncomfortable with, but I chose not to make a change, but is the non-owner occupied residential in expensive areas of the island. A very simple house can be well over that tier 3. And so if we have simple houses in expensive areas of the island, the market rate rental is just unbearable. And I do live in those expensive areas, and so I have not been able to figure out with finance a manageable way for them to handle that. But we don't have fair taxation for long-term market rate rentals. And, people can't, a lot of these people who have any kind of mortgage, they cannot rent for the low-income long-term on that. So I just want to highlight that disparity that's there. I did try and look at different elements, and we couldn't come up with a number that seemed workable in terms of taking out of the budget. But I just want it to be on the record that this tiering doesn't match equally all the different regions of the islands for long-term market rate rentals, and it is a lot of what displaces our workforce.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilor Cooley.
Yeah, I just wanted to put forward for the next council, since I will not be here, to carefully consider the use of tiers, since the tiers are available, and we have established them for these two categories, and the use with vacation rentals in the highest tier and the additional revenues that were earned there was able to be to help with our housing development fund. So if you just remember, just a couple weeks ago when we were doing budget, it was a real struggle for Fern and I in our proposal to get even an additional $500,000 for the mental health and substance abuse grant in aid item, and also the additional $1 million for the homelessness grant in aid. So it was a real struggle. Thankfully, we had the big, lots of support from the community echoing, and ultimately we did have a unanimous vote, but that's very rare. It's so hard for this council to do that. So next council, you will have to look up front and work with the next mayor to possibly consider the tiers. And even in the owner-occupied tier, the $259 rate, I think we're probably the lowest in the country. I mean, so the ability to distinguish between the different type of homes, right? You might have a mansion out there that's millions and whatever, but because they're living in it, they get that super low $2.59 rate that the poor kupuna who are struggling in a shack also pay. But just consider use of the tiers in the future. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, motion on the floor is to approve. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo?
Aye.
Committee Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And with that, we'll take our 10-minute caption break and come back. Okay, welcome back. Clerk, we're in the Finance and Economic Development Committee. Clerk, can you please read our next item?
Bill number 2988, a bill for an ordinance relating to the operating budget and financing thereof for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30, 2027, fiscal year 2026-2027 operating budget.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Oh, motion is to approve for now.
Oh, move to approve.
Second.
And so this is the operating budget, and because we received the supplemental budget after and we made decisions that affected the budget and our decision making, Council Chair Cooley, can you amend as circulated with the changes?
Move to amend as circulated.
Second.
So this is to get our documents all up to date with the supplemental and our changes. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the amendment? Any questions or discussion from the members? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Amendment passes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would ask that we take 2989, which is the CIP budget, because I do want to have some discussion and I have some potential amendments to that. So if you could.
Okay, clerk, can you read in bill number 2989?
Bill number 2989, a bill for an ordinance relating to the capital improvements and financing thereof for the fiscal year July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, fiscal year 2026-2027 CIP budget.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And with that, Council Chair, if you have an amendment to circulate.
Yeah, before the amendment, I did want to just share a little bit of information. So at the supplemental budget, and we've never done this, as far as I can remember, amended a budget after the supplemental budget came through. But after the supplemental budget, I think we were all, I was surprised to see the ad for the land purchase of the former Brewer Chemical site out in Puhi. And I didn't have information at the time, and I think the questioning that we did have was, for me, wasn't sufficient, but I wasn't prepared to put on a case against it. But after that, looking into that property, I was well aware that it was a chemical site since the 70s. They manufactured pesticides and chemicals there. That's what it was. Everyone knew that as a chemical site. And the portion that we are trying to purchase is that site to move our auto shop. And the price is at 5 point some odd million. That's just the purchase price. This site that I'm talking about, and I'm still doing my due diligence, but as far as up to today, that site was listed back in 2002 in a report to the legislature from the Department of Health as a medium risk site based on the contamination that it had received over the decades. In fact, if you go to the Hawaii Evaluation Emergency Response Office, you can find that it's IHEER. And you can look up any parcel that had some history with the Department of Health or EPA. And, it's very clear. And I asked, I don't know if we prepared the slide, but if you can show the slide, this is the parcel that we're looking at. Um, 850 square meters, that area in red is where they have determined it to be a medium risk. Medium risk simply means that the potential for contaminants to impact nearby groundwater and just health and safety of the people around it is there. And I'm deeply concerned that we have, this came in on a supplemental. Typically, like we saw today with the Lidgate project, how the planning was, and there's a timeline and a request for funding possibly in the next fiscal year budget. This one dropped in on us on a supplemental budget with really no information, no briefing, no plan. We just want to purchase the land. I'm a little concerned about purchasing the land without knowing up front what the environmental issues are. Who knows what's sitting in that? Until we do that environmental assessment, I do not feel comfortable budgeting for the purchase of this land, understanding that this body is responsible for the checks and balances. This body has control over the budget, but once the purchase, that budget item is approved, the council loses their authority on this debating whether or not that purchase will go through. Once we put it in a budget, it's entirely up to the administration to make the purchase or not, and the council will not have any say. I did ask, I sent over, and I appreciate the administration's timely turnaround of the questions. But the question, the first question I asked was, has the county completed phase 1 environmental site assessment? Because I think that's the first step. And I'm more than happy to fund that. But that has not been done yet. I'm not sure when the plan is to do it. I think this is a rush to purchase the property before we understand what we're purchasing, because once we purchase that property, it's all of us that's going to be responsible for the assessments, the evaluations, the remediation, the demos, and the construction. It's us that's going to pay for that. And without even knowing how contaminated or how environmentally challenged this property is, I'm not comfortable with purchasing or approving the purchase of this property right now. This may ultimately be the right site for this facility because the auto shop, you know, I think as Fern says, if you're going to pollute ground, pollute a polluted ground, don't go pollute clean ground. But until we know what's there and until we know what the cost will be, there are other alternatives that we could be looking at. And so I'm not prepared. So my amendment simply is to restore the funding of the purchase.
Before we go to your amendment, actually, housekeeping item, we're going to do the same amendment with Councilmember Kauaʻi for the CIP that we did for the operating budget. We're going to incorporate all our changes first. So
We'll just take everything and then he will make a change to that.
yeah, correct. So that'll get us to a good starting spot, and then we can go with our amendment.
So move to amend as circulated.
Second.
So again, this is the same thing we just did with the operating budget. This incorporates the supplemental budget and any subsequent changes we made to get us all up to date on our financials. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
So then you motion to amend it.
This is just on the amendment. So this is the changes, supplemental budget also.
Yeah, not on what I was discussing, just on the changes. You'll have an opportunity to testify after we make the amendment.
It'll be an amendment to the amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if not, any questions or discussion from the members? All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Council Chair Opozo.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, I will be introducing the amendment to restore the funding that was, so between the first submittal of the budget to the supplemental submission, I have to believe that the negotiations for this property started before the submission of the first budget. I don't think it happened between the initial submission and the supplemental budget. It's a very short window. So I wish we had been given more notice so we could actually have the discussion and figure out what the plan was. It's very easy to say, yeah, we want to put the auto shop there, but there's so many questions that we need to ask and have answered before we can make that commitment. Again, you approve the funding for the purchase. That purchase goes without council, the ability for the council to say no. And that is my concern. So I guess I'll go ahead and introduce the amendment, and we can have the discussion and take public testimony. So I'll move to amend Bill 2989 as circulated.
Second.
All this does is, so from the first submittal to the supplemental submittal, funds were transferred from the GE tax fund CIP and from the general fund CIP from the fund balance, unassigned fund balance. So this proposal, all it does is basically sends the money back to where it was, and which requires now the administration to come before the council when they're ready. And they do it through a money bill. The money, we're not taking the money and putting it in other projects. We're not adding anything to the budget. We're just restoring the funding to force the administration to come to us when they have a plan and when they have more information, when we can determine whether or not this parcel that is being requested to purchase is consistent with the use of a county auto shop. That's what it is.
And with that, any questions? Councilmember Cowden.
I have a question for the chair, and then, if possible, I'd like to probably bring up Rayco. But, Chair, I remember C. Brewer being there, and I thought it was a fertilizer place, but I guess fertilizer is chemical?
Yes.
Like you said pesticide?
Yeah.
I mean, fertilizer's chemical.
Correct.
But did they do
So just because they changed their name, you know, they used to be Brewer Chemical, and then they changed it to Brewer Environmental Industries. But it's Brewer Chemical. Everyone knows that was the fertilizer plant that's made the chemicals for the plantation.
So just, and maybe Councilmember Holland's the better one for this question. Fertilizers, I realize, are chemicals, or they can be. Well, everything's chemical, but did they make pesticides there too?
It wasn't a manufacturer. It was a storage and movement location.
Okay, storage.
So
Okay.
It wasn't a full manufacturing from scratch, but it was an area that was contaminated due to pesticides and fertilizer contaminants.
Okay, storage place. Okay, and that was for sugar. All right. Can I ask some questions of the managing director?
Yep. Suspend the rules.
So can you first just share with us what you think is pertinent for us to understand, and then I might have some further questions. But rather than pinning you on a question, can you please respond to what has been said?
Yeah, sure. Reiko Matsuyama, Office of the Mayor, and I'm joined by Cohen Tony, who is the project manager on this purchase. He's in Public Works.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll let you. Yeah, so Chair is correct. We have been discussing the purchase of this parcel for quite some time. The trigger was going to be the signing of the purchase and sale agreement. So that happened on April 1st. So if it had been signed prior to March 15th, guarantee it would have been in the state of the county, in the March 15th submittal. The idea was that I didn't know it was going to come this quick. I thought it was going to be signed later, and then we would come to you folks with a money bill for fiscal 27. That was kind of the idea. Since it was signed in April 1st, we thought that this mechanism might be the proper avenue to do it so that we don't have to amend the budget. We just do it in the budget process. Yes, it was a surprise to you folks. That being said, we had to sign the purchase and sale agreement before we conduct our due diligence on environmental reviews. So yes, now that we have the commitment from the seller, right? Because we don't want to do environmental reviews and spend money on a parcel that we don't know that the seller is committed to selling to us. They did have other offers on the table, so this was something that we kind of had to act on pretty immediately because just as a county in general, we take longer than other buyers, and we are required to do environmental reviews on improved property. So yes, we have not conducted phase 1 or phase 2, but that is the plan to do so. We have reviewed prior phases of environmental reviews that have been done previously. Nothing necessarily was flagged as like being above industrial level type contamination. So we would pursue, obviously we would pursue our own to reconfirm those findings. You know, for us, like, we do still have an out, right? In the purchase and sale agreement, there are built-in contingencies that we can still, if there are heavy monitoring remediation costs, we would never burden the taxpayers with that kind of costs going in the future. And so we still have the outs to get out of the sale.
So I'm curious because I've, almost every budget I bring up this need. And why didn't we have meetings like what I would be wanting to see is that agreement of sale? I want to see the contingencies on it, because where I have some alignment with the chair is that, like, when we say, well, there's some contingencies, that doesn't say which contingencies, because contingencies really matter. What are the contingencies, and how come we haven't been shown that agreement of sale?
We can share that with you. It's not something that is necessarily confidential. One of the contingencies is obtaining funding, right? Because we could not purchase the property without funding. But environmental reviews, other things,
Environmental reviews. What does environmental review really mean? Like, what threshold would have us fail that environmental review?
I'm not entirely sure, but it would come with like the scope of what any kind of remediation or monitoring or any like future costs would be to maintain the property, and that would be considered when we decide whether or not to move forward with the sale.
Is the chair accurate that if we approve this, that the council wouldn't have any statement? Regardless, it ends up being another $10 million on top of the purchase. I'm just giving it, even another $5 million. We wouldn't have the feedback of yes or no at that point.
Well, you would have to approve. Like, there are some things that we're going to need afterwards that we would come back in the fiscal 28, but whoever will come back in the fiscal 28 budget to request items from once the sale is closed. So we wouldn't have approval for, like, we don't have anything budgeted for monitoring remediation, even moving stuff right now.
Can we have that image put back up? I'm curious, when we look at the location that was chosen, there has been an intermediary owner. I think it's Kauaʻi Veterans Freight, something like that. Do I have that right? So when we look at this property, which buildings were they using? Were they using all of them?
Contamination is the red zone.
I know, but I'm still asking, were all these buildings used?
The current. Cole and Tony for the record. Kauaʻi Vets Express is using that main, larger area kind of towards the center to the right, and then their towing company is using more of that center to the left area. So.
And are they going to continue to use it, or are they giving up the property?
They are planning on selling that other area as well.
So we're not buying the place where they're using it?
I think it partially is in that red line.
So the whole area is actually 8 acres. We are only purchasing about 5.5 acres of the property right now.
And so we're purchasing the contaminated part?
Yeah.
And then when we are making that choice, are these structures, and there's a reason for this ask, Chair. The reason why I'm asking this is part of your rationale the existing structures? Are these existing structures, have they been evaluated if they are appropriate for our needs? Has our mechanics group gone in there and looked at the height of the, has that all been evaluated?
So it will, the buildings itself will be part of our due diligence, like the inspection process.
So that's a no?
But we've done site visits down there. We think that for our intended use, the buildings are appropriate. I will also caveat that we have been looking for industrial space probably since the beginning of Mayor Kawakami's term, before I started as managing director, for sure. Any other land that we were using was unimproved, so we would have to build from ground up. So this is an ideal location because it's central and because there are improvements that we can basically move into. Yes, we are going to have to move certain things, like our equipment, like the lifts and those kinds of things. But for the most part, we don't think that there's going to be heavy construction here.
Do you know the height of the building inside, the interior? It seems like that would be really an essential piece for a parallel move that doesn't take a lot of remodeling. I know that there is height issues even with our existing place. And so height matters. And we didn't even look to see if the height was there?
I mean, these guys have. He doesn't know what the height dimensions are.
I don't know what the exact height is, but yeah, it is higher than what we currently have.
And we haven't brought our team, our main guy from there. I don't want to bring his name. Russell, isn't that his name? Have we brought him over?
You asked them, not me. That's why they're here.
I'm just wanting to know, when we haven't done any due diligence, have we not been on site? Have we not really been walking it?
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been on. I was unavailable the day of the site visit, but we have yet to bring the auto shop guys there, but it's part of the due diligence process.
And so who is these guys? It's you and...
Troy. Troy's on vacation today, otherwise he would be in this scene.
Chair, I want to ask a question pertaining to the structures, because my due diligence shows that structures contain asbestos. So you're telling me and you're telling the public that, no, we're going to be able to use that facility, but that's not true.
Well, I mean, like I said, the inspection process will be done during due diligence. So,
right, but we know that was built at a time when asbestos was a common material. So we know that we're not going to be able to move our people in there right now. We know that there's going to be a demolition and remediation and asbestos removal. We know all of that. That is why, to drop it on a supplemental, Rico, without any clear indication is not fair, but forces us now to go do our due diligence. And I'm saying we didn't get the auto shop guys on there. What's the plan for the old auto shop, the fuel tanks? You're going to put the fuel tanks here? Or the fuel tank's going to remain in the current spot?
No, the fuel tanks will either be moved or we'd buy new fuel tanks.
Yeah, see, so
These are all
that's what I'm
above
saying.
ground.
So we are being asked with a very short window to commit to spending the money to purchase the land. Now, future councils down the road can say no to funding any future developments, but guess what? We are stuck with the land and the cleanup and the monitoring forever. That is why I think this is something we better take a breath, do the evaluations, do the environmental assessments, and then make the determination. Don't go run out by the land. And I hear you say, you know, you still get the right to pull out, but you also have the right to continue. And then this county is going to be bound by whatever decisions the administration makes.
Yeah.
So I'm saying pump the brakes, do the assessments, and then decide at that point.
I can assure you guys that we will do all of that. Chair, I can assure the public we will do all of that. I think the risk if we pull this off right now, right, they do have other potential buyers. They do have other offers. And they do have intentions for use of the proceeds. So there is a motivation to sell quickly. So we might lose the property. And I understand your point about, you know, not burdening future taxpayers and, you know, our employees, obviously, we're not going to move our employees into someplace that is hazardous for their health. So we will be doing all that due diligence in this time period between, you know, because we're not even in escrow yet, right? So we're moving towards those things.
Budget for the assessments. The budget request is for the purchase price. Where's that money going to come from?
We're trying to, I mean, phase one is really cheap. We'll do it.
What is really cheap?
Like under $7,000.
How much? 7,000? Who does that? Who does a phase one for 7,000?
It is with our contractors. I know they subbed it out, but it's RM Tao is who we contract.
And he can do a complete phase one environmental assessment for $7,000?
That's all we got back, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting, because the estimate I got was 50. That's not from RM Tao, so maybe we're going to county discount. I don't know. But
that doesn't exist.
And phase two is what?
Go you.
They'll send us a phase two after they follow up on the phase one.
And how long is phase one supposed to take?
I did not get an exact date yet on how long.
Okay. Well, I mean, I stand by my position that, you know, I don't see a problem going forward with the evaluations, but there's just too many unknowns, in my opinion, way too many unknowns. And then again, you know, we end up with property that we gotta take care of. And you know, I called. We can get, you know, grow farm land for a lot cheaper. And you're right, Rico, we would have to build from the ground up, but it's clean land. We know it's clean land. Even the industrial parcels down by the airport, those are zoned industrial. So comparable price as what we're paying, but absolutely no cost or concern for the environmental issues, you know. That's where I'm thinking. It's like, wow, we're rolling the dice. That's what we're doing. And on a lot that has been previously occupied by Brewer Chemical and then additional industrial uses. So that's it. That's all I have.
I have questions.
Councilmember Cowden.
So how many acres is what we're looking at right there?
About 5.5.
About 5.5. And then the adjacent piece that might come up, how much acres is that?
3.
Yeah, I know the total was a little over 8 acres for the entire property.
And then on the piece under the contaminated area, has that had a tenant since C. Brewer left?
Yeah, they're actually using it for a trucking company right now. So they're towing and trucking over there.
There's a towing and trucking company, and then did they do due diligence?
I think.
Is the realtor in the room that is selling us this?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would think he would know if there was due diligence done in the last sale.
So the environmental that we have reviewed was from 2004. I don't know if that's helpful.
The environmental review happened in 2004.
That's the one that we have seen previously, and yeah.
Councilmember Cooley.
Yeah, back to the possibility of growth farmlands. So we already purchased a chunk of land in the back of Puhi, relatively close to the industrial area and for housing. When we purchased those lands, did we also not consider some lands for the repair shop? And I thought we were considering in different parts of Lihue here. So
Yeah,
what became of all of that? And if the price was, better, have you thought about, even though it's an upfront cost to build new facilities, our facilities is so old, I mean, probably from before I was born, and it's time to invest in new facilities for the next 50 to 100 years, probably, right?
Yeah, we've spoken to Grow Farm about some other parcels, not specifically that housing parcel in Puhi, but it never did come through to fruition.
And then the only other thing is with the need potentially to build new facilities, we would have a lot of different potential for funding that, right? I mean, new capital, bond funding, federal funding. I mean, you're investing in an entirely new county facility.
I don't know how much federal or other funding would be available. Yes, bond money, we could go out for more debt to build new buildings, but as far as...
So the choice is not because we wouldn't be able to do that.
Correct. I mean,
and it is an investment in the long-term future.
Right, and it's not just money too, right? It's time. We can basically move in there in a pretty short window.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cowden.
What year was the building built that we'd be buying?
We can get back to you.
Does the realtor know in the back of the room?
I don't. Let's leave the questions.
This is not
the questions.
Okay, all right. Because to me, it's relevant. It's relevant. Like if we're buying a building that was built in 1940, there's going to be an exhaustion on the concrete. There's a lot of relevance in that question, actually. I think, and I'm kind of surprised that you don't have that right there. If we have an agreement of sale, that should be right on the agreement of sale. Do you have that with you?
I don't have that with me either, but it would be on the real property tax records, and we could just look that up.
Seems like so. I want to support you in that. What I want to support is the idea that we can quickly make a move and we can do this. Just move everything over. But like if it is filled with asbestos, if it is basically a tear down and a reclamation, and it is the end of a mayoral administration, so there might be different choices, moving forward. It seems like we deserve actually having that information in front of us. If there was any sort of sense that this was coming up, I would think that this question right now, that we would have the agreement.
The real property taxes, the buildings are built in 1950.
1950. Okay, so it is a 76-year-old building. And I could sit there and try and do a Google search for concrete sustainability for 76 years. I could look at that. I'll try and look at that in a moment. When we talked to Grow Farm, was it asked in the new area that they are putting up that we did just rezone for industrial? Is there more space available there? Was there an inquiry for that?
Yeah, we did not inquire for the new industrial lots.
Do you know why?
It was out of our price range.
It was out of our price range. That to get a similar.
When you talk about all of the improvements that would need to be made on an empty parcel, it's not something that we wanted.
Mr. Chair, but we don't know what the cost will be here.
Right. We might have to do it.
Let me. You went to the site.
Yep, I did go to the site.
Is it your recommendation that we just use the existing structure?
I know they recently replaced parts of the roofing, so the structure.
I'm not talking about the roof, I'm talking about the structure.
It looked great. I went when it got appraised, so the appraisal came back. It looked great.
And what was the appraisal?
It was $5,010,000.
So you're comfortable that that structure, we could use that structure for any length of time?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
With all due respect, he's not an engineer.
Yeah, well, I just, asbestos alone, I think they've acknowledged the fact that that building, there is asbestos there. And I know it's there. So that in and of itself, I mean, I think when you're talking about a new lot that is built from the ground up, we get to design it how we want. We get to, as Kipukai said, make it, how much longer we get on this structure if it's already 50 or 60 years old or 70 years old. I did call Grove Farm and ask, hey, 5 acres for a future auto shop, ag, that we could rezone to industrial was less than 500 grand. That's ag. Now, if we went to industrial, it's 1.2 million an acre. So yeah, it's high, it's more for the 5 acre spot if we got it as industrial zone. But there is absolutely no unknowns other than what we want to put in it. So for me, that makes more sense than going with something that we don't know. But making a commitment to purchase the land is where I'm a little concerned.
Question. Councilmember Holland.
Thank you for all this discussion. I just want to be really clear. So if we approve this funding in the budget, right, without taking it out, it doesn't come before us for decision making at all, unless it requires more money.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're not clear on what those checks would be that would determine that we're not going to purchase this property. Like we're not clear on what that value is for cost remediation. We're not really clear on what would be invested, or at what point we'd say no, we don't want to take this on.
Yeah, I mean, when we get through the phase 1, phase 2 environmentals, like right, what we know now is that there are no monitoring costs that are required. So if there are any monitoring costs that will be required, that already will raise concerns.
Okay, and then, but in that concern process, that's an internal process. It doesn't, you guys really determine at that's suitable or not suitable and what threshold that is.
Yeah, and yes, if it was large enough that we had to come to this body to get more money, then game over.
Okay, and we don't know how long the phase 1 and phase 2 process is going to be. We don't. Do we have an estimate of what it usually is for a phase 1 and phase 2 kind of timeline?
We're hoping for end of the year.
Okay, so hoping by the end of the year that we have the clarity on environmental.
Yep.
Moving forward.
Yep.
And then at that point, if it's deemed suitable, you would move into escrow. So the goal would have it to be purchased by the end, like start of next year.
Yep. Early next year. Yeah.
Okay, and then so we're only spending $7,000 on all environmental.
Just phase 1.
Yeah.
So what is phase 1?
And a phase 2 does not necessarily. Do we have any estimates on what phase 2 involves? Usually, if a phase 1's 7,000 is the phase 2, usually half of that, twice as much as that, 10 times as much as that.
It's going to be substantially more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, depending what they find in phase 1, but yeah.
Right. So phase 1, yeah, obviously shapes phase 2. Okay. And the fuel tanks that we're talking about removing from the old site where we're expanding the wastewater stuff.
Where we would potentially put housing.
Okay.
So the fuel tanks are at the auto shop right now. They're above ground fuel tanks. We haven't decided whether we would relocate them or, what shape they're in to potentially buy new fuel tanks. So they would.
And regardless of where they move to, they're going to have to move with that work.
Correct.
Right. So no matter what, those move.
Correct.
Okay, that's most of my questions. Yeah.
I have a few more.
Councilmember Cowden.
So when you went to the building and looked at it, was it recently painted or not painted?
I do not recall.
Okay, because I was just wondering if you were seeing cracking, spalling, staining, because I just did a quick little AI thing on structural integrity of a concrete building, a reinforced concrete building. That's usually steel reinforced concrete. And usually 100 years is the end of its life, 50 to 100 years is the golden years. So they say 75 years is, you know.
And again, during due diligence, we will have an inspector come out that is certified in looking for all of those things to determine, you know, the feasibility and life of those buildings.
So for clarity, what you're asking for is us to approve the funding to put this purchase in place such that it doesn't get sold to somebody else. And then by January or February, if it turns out that it's looking kind of shot, then you would get out of escrow, or you wouldn't have gone into escrow fully at that point. You'd say, okay, we don't want it.
Right, we still have.
And then what happens to this $5 million? It goes into something to look for another place, or it goes back into the CIP budget? What happens then?
It would probably be, we could come back for a money bill if we wanted to use it, if we had another project or we had other needs. But ultimately, it would be reappropriated with the next budget cycle within the CIP funds.
Thank you.
Just one question. Why didn't we have this discussion before with the council?
Yeah.
Why wasn't any of the council members even informed that we were even looking at this?
I mean, I think it wasn't really real until April 1st when we signed the purchase and sale agreement. We were in discussions with the seller, but it was just entertaining ideas, and he was juggling multiple offers. So yes, we were interested, but it wasn't really anything concrete until we actually formally signed this purchase and sale agreement.
I mean, when did you guys start talking with this seller?
It had been probably 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, it's we wouldn't be having this discussion if that was the case, right?
And I have a follow-up on that.
Oh, Councilmember Cowden.
April 1st, today's May 27th, so we saw this last Thursday. So we even had that break in the budget time. Why didn't we have the the 2x2 discussion where this was brought before us?
Yeah, I should have done a better job in letting you guys know before we dropped May 8th supplemental that there was going to be this big change in the budget.
What was the reason for that?
To be honest with you, it wasn't that we were trying to hide anything from you. To be honest with you, supplemental was more difficult this year than in prior years for whatever reason, between all of the requests that were coming in and changes that needed to be made. So that's completely.
So you were busy with something else.
It was supplemental budget took way more meetings and discussions with the budget team than usual. Yeah, and it's not an excuse. It's just yeah.
So I guess I'm going to ask what I thought I heard the chair ask. If this doesn't go in the supplemental budget, I thought I heard and was affirmed that we could definitely do a money bill. And does that do anything to pull it out of escrow? Or since it's just a purchase sale agreement with this due diligence, so we'd be doing the due diligence and we could find that money later in the year, especially if this just goes and sits in a holding pattern. It's sitting there in the CIP budget. Is there any reason that takes it out of the commitment that it's in right now, the purchase and sale agreement?
Yeah, I think for our purposes, we would stay on course. We can do a money bill as we get further along in this. I think the risk is that for the seller, he also has built-in contingencies that he can bill anytime. So if there is any hesitation or reason to think that we are not committed to this, then he does have other offers that he could pull that would be quicker than our
I guess it
close.
just, I mean this with all kinds of respect. I'm not meaning to be disrespectful at all. This is such an important issue, and if you had knowledge that this was coming up, so I do want to thank the chair for doing some due diligence on it. Why weren't we given that purchase and sale agreement? Like if I was sitting here right now looking at it and I would see what their contingencies are and our contingencies are, I would have the security of feeling like that purchase sale agreement is valid. And when we don't even have, we just have to do it on faith. And when the due diligence is done, say in January, we don't know who will be the mayor, we don't know who will be the council, we don't really have any sense of who's going to be making these decisions. And so it seems very significant that should have just like at least brought some paperwork to the meeting.
Yeah, I think for us, you know, we know that the auto shop has a need for expansion, right? That's just not just outside of the fact that we're growing our fleet and are buying a lot, and we're trying to replace, but at the same time, they have a need for expansion. So we hear that this place is about 3 times the size of what they currently are operating in. There's just a lot of benefits to it, right? We move the auto shop, we get some extra space around the KEO building, around Kealaula's, that maybe we could do some kind of Kealaula Phase 3 or something in that space. Then we move the people that are at Honsador right now, and you folks all know about how we need to expand the Lihue wastewater treatment plant. So, you know, logistics moves, transportation moves, all those people that are using Honsador as storage would have no other place to go if we don't look for additional central locations, right? So there's a lot of just benefits to buying an industrial zoned property for county space. And it's not something that you would think is high priority, right? You're looking at housing, you're looking at other things. So it's just, it opens up a lot more avenues for us, and wastewater is going to need that space really soon. So it's just pros in a lot of directions. But I obviously see the risk of contamination, environmental stuff that we will pay attention to.
Councilmember Carvalho.
So the bottom line, if we were to purchase this property, but there's also down the road other things might happen where we cannot pursue it anymore, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean,
so
we're at the mercy of the seller.
To me, I mean, I'm just trying to lay it out that way. Versus placing what we can into a place where we can just build a whole new area, solid, no chemicals or whatever. I mean, I'm just trying to balance it out because I'm hearing about this now too, overall. Yeah. And so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's hard to say we would prioritize a brand new gold shiny auto shop when we need a brand new gold shiny landfill and we need brand new gold shiny wastewater treatment facilities. And so it's hard for me to say, oh, I'll sit here and we can commit funds for this later. Like, this is an existing improved building that, yeah, might not be in the best shape. We'll have the inspectors look, and if, you know, for our intended use, we're not moving any residential people in there. For our intended use, it is appropriate.
I have a question on the purchase and sale agreement. So we were able to sign the purchase and sale agreement without even having that money accounted for yet. So is there a contingency in that it would be accounted for within the next budget, or what was the process?
Yeah, I forget the exact language, but there is contingency built in that we would have to come to this body to get the funding for the acquisition.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that. For what? We approved this, you have the funds.
Yes.
So the purchase goes through.
Well, that contingency would be fulfilled, right? There are other contingencies that are not, like environmental, that are not fulfilled. But yes.
So we already signed that agreement?
Yes.
Did that come before the council?
No,
I thought we approved all legal documents.
There's no need for
council
approval for that document.
Is that true, Mr. County Attorney? Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I thought we approved all legal documents. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that approving this today, it gives the administration the approval to move forward with the purchase.
Correct.
Councilmember Cooley.
So you said that you assure us that you'll do your due diligence, but you cannot really tell us what time that will take and what that will cost. Because as you find out some things and it requires more things and so on, it could just really steamroll into bigger and bigger issues and costs. And then the only two reasons you're asking for this expediency is about the seller. It's not really about the county. It's about that they could have other buyers. They do have other buyers. I don't know, it's a small island. Maybe you know if that's really true or not, because, you know, everybody wants the upper hand when you're in negotiations and trying to get a price. So they have other buyers. And then it was awkward the way you said it. I wasn't sure I understood it, but you said they have the need to sell quickly because they have a reason for spending that money. And you didn't say it exactly in those words, but it did sound like they really need the money, and so they really need the sale to kind of happen sooner than later.
That's correct.
In that sense, didn't you just also say that the county, our process is going to take them longer? So if we're really trying to get the money, they're going to take one of those other sellers.
They do have a desire to sell to the county, and so that's why they're kind of waiting for us, because they are aware of all the things we have to do. On our side, we're not necessarily rushing this, right? Like, we're going to make sure that our due diligence is done.
But it
early.
feels rushed that it's on the council now.
Yeah.
When it could come as a money bill later, right? In 2 months, in 3 months, when you have a little bit more information. Yeah. And then the only other thing about this whole process stuff, and now when Chair asked about the legal agreement, wouldn't you think, and I know you guys are at the end of your administration, but maybe it could be a recommendation for future administrations, but wouldn't you think that this purchase agreement, that where the county is literally buying land, the county is not out there buying land all the time. It's a rare thing that happens, right? Once a year, maybe once every few years. So why don't you just make it part of your process to come to the council before you sign any purchase agreement, whether it's required by the charter or not, just to have 7 more elected officials who have a responsibility to the public and to our budget to have input. And then I think we can get further along to making decisions with the people's money. But today, I don't feel comfortable. We're just being rushed. Chair got to do some due diligence. I didn't. This is only like fully developing in my mind as all of this happens. So if there isn't truly a rush and we can wait a few more months for a money bill, then why don't you just say you're okay with that? So we can be okay with it and move forward.
I have a
Councilor
follow-up on his. We did just buy like 130 something acres, 85 developable in Puhi, right there. We just bought that for the housing department.
We haven't closed yet, but we're close.
Okay, but we entered escrow. We're in escrow, correct?
We are moving forward with the sale. I'm not sure if there's an actual escrow.
Okay, we're moving forward with the sale. You guys came to us before we made that purchase.
They signed the purchase agreement.
No, they didn't?
Arrow was concerned about that.
Okay.
We approved an indemnification to the agreement.
Right, okay.
So I have a question. Being that we signed the purchase and sale agreement without having the money in hand at that point, whether we approve this budget or we do it as a money bill, is there any difference at the end of the day to the purchase agreement?
The purchase agreement will still be intact. But there are timelines built in, like the contingencies, yes, but there are timelines that we have to do things by. So there are deadlines that we have to adhere to. Otherwise, it could fall out. So this could disrupt those deadlines.
I have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Cotton.
Can we certainly could, I think, do a money bill even within a few weeks. And we could have that due diligence that should have happened for this meeting happen in the next few weeks, you know, where we actually get to see the agreement and see, you know, some of this. So we could conceivably do a money bill in the next few weeks, can't we?
Money bill probably takes 2 months.
Oh yeah, 2 months, because it's got to go through the whole, all three processes.
You have first reading, you have public hearing, you have committee, and you've got the final.
And we won't be able to start the process until the budget is signed, I think, or at least, or I don't know.
For a money bill?
Well, because you're amending something that's not even signed yet.
No, if we did a money bill later, oh, okay, well, this has to be finished. I see what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand that timeline, because it certainly seems like money could be put out for the due diligence, right? I mean, I know that, I guess mine is a little bit more discussion, so I'll wait.
Any other questions from the members?
Just real quick, do we know how long that property has been on the market? I mean, if he has all these multiple offers, how long has it been? I can look it up. I can just look it up.
About 9 months.
I'll look it up. You said 9 months?
If there's no more questions, I'm going to suspend the rules are still suspended. I'll take public testimony. And if you have any more questions, again, we can come back. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie?
It's been on the market for 383 days. 383 days. Over a year. I don't see a line of people lining up to buy that property.
For the record, Lonnie Psychos. This is great. There's an old American saying, buying a pig in a poke. A poke is a bag. And so that's what we're being asked to buy, we the public, is a pig in a poke. The building was built in 1970. C. Brewer was in the chemical business long before that. The Clean Water Act wasn't signed until didn't come into law until 1972, and there functionally was very little environmental oversight in America until 1974, which had given Congress time to pass some laws and the EPA to gin up regulations. I was a farmer. I distinctly remember 3 farms in East Maui that had multiple 55-gallon drums of herbicides purchased from C. Brewer. Agent Orange chemically is 2345 or 23456D. Dicambra, which is sold widely, is 24D. C. Brewer used to sell 234D. 2345D, and these drums were on the farms, and people couldn't use them because the one product, the owner had them go out and spray the weeds around the base of the common mango trees, and all the common mango trees were dead in 2 months. And so the chemicals that they handled, a lot of them are illegal to use today. And so we don't know what's on that website, but I do know that in 1979, my friend was quoted $100,000 to remove a single 55-gallon drum because it required building a containment deal around it in case the drum burst while they tried to get the fluid out of it. And so $100,000 to load the drum in Hana, haul it to Kahului, and ship it to Idaho, where the drum goes into a permanent toxic waste disposal site. It's also all the soil involved. And to me, we should not get involved in this and put our money on the line until we know what the environmental reality is. Remediation of a building that large with asbestos is going to cost hundreds of thousands. Y'all should know what it costs to remediate the investment in the Veterans Center there. And so I just see expense upon expense that we don't know if they're there, but it's very predictable that they would be. So I'm utterly opposed to putting the money up and potentially getting us locked into a sales contract that we'll eventually want to get out of. Right? Got to get the horse before the cart. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Bruce?
For the record, Bruce Hood. First, I want to thank Chair. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. It was a good discussion. The whole time the discussion was going on, I thought that the public could sit in on it. Okay, so I appreciate the fact that the administration has to do their job and they're looking for a site. And so this is one of the sites they're looking at. From the testimony from Reiko, it seems to me that we haven't made a real large investment in this piece of property yet, and I don't think we should. And my mind was made up within the first few minutes. I remember, Chair, you saying that it was a mid-level risk. That's where they, that is not, that's an important part of this discussion. It's not low risk. It's mid-level risk. And I have some knowledge of the chemicals that they manufactured, and they're, as Mr. Psycho says, there weren't any real records kept way back before 1970. Nowadays, you have to keep detailed records if you manufacture these type of chemicals. And so we can't go back really and see just what they were doing prior to the record keeping. And so we don't have any idea. There's just too much risk in the purchase of this property for the county. Even for a private developer, there would be risk, but not the risk that the government has. When government purchases property, especially with an environmental danger inherent in the property, and then the buildings are old and all the rest of it, the government they can't get out of it as easily. And so it's my opinion that although I appreciate what the administration, that they were doing their part, I agree with Reiko. I don't think they were trying to hide it from the council. I think it just, the timeline came and this is how it happened. I'm against it. I'm for Chair. I'm for what I hear the council saying. And like Kipukai said, in the future, it would be nice if the administration, whoever they are, would bring this forward to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Anyone a second time? If not, bring the meeting back to order. Any final questions from the members?
Oh, questions or?
Any final questions? If not, we'll go to discussion. Council Chair Reposo.
Thank you. And again, thank you guys for listening. You know, if you were a private person and you wanted to buy this property or any property, you would go to the bank and fill out your application. They would require you to do the environmental assessment before they give you the money. And that's probably why we have a motivated seller, because in going with the government, it doesn't, it's quicker, right? You come here, you go to council, you convince the council it's a good buy, you get the money, and it's a cash deal. There's no bank involved. And that's kind of what I'm saying, is let's treat it the same way. We will protect our investment as our real taxpayers' monies, and let's protect their investment. get the environmental assessments or environmental studies done first, and then come back to the council with the plan. And don't lock our citizens into an investment that's going to cost more money going down the road. We shouldn't, Kipukai painted it the best way. We shouldn't be worried about whether the seller has multiple people waiting to buy this property. It's been on the market for a long time. And I find it hard to believe anyone would want to deal with this, because it's investing in a property that you got to make sure that the cost benefit is worth it. And in this case, we don't know what the cost would end up being. It could be significant. And at the end of the day, it could be minimal, and it is the right place, and they come back with a money bill and we purchase the property. If the property is sold, well, then the property is sold. But imagine if it comes back with a bad report card. And then we have just bought ourselves an environmental nightmare that the taxpayers are going to be forced to pay forever and ever and ever. So I think a little bit of due diligence is required before we do these things. You know the New Malo Bridge? Remember the New Malo Bridge? We bought the thing from the super ferry. We had the discussion here. Too good to be true. We bought it. Took forever to modify it, and then find out we had to do 400 or whatever wells. And at the end of the day, it would have been cheaper if we had just bought the Accra Bridge or another bridge. This is the similar. Without knowing what the cost will be, without even having an idea of what it would cost with private land, which was not explored apparently, how can you compare this to anything? If you're doing your due diligence and you're saying, okay, this is the worst case scenario, this is what it's going to cost for us to buy this property, remediate, demo, reconstruct, remove the gas tanks, put up the lifts, all of that. That's what, this is the top end. Now, if we go with a raw piece of land that's zoned industrial, what will it cost for the vertical construction? Buy all new things. Then you make the determination. But just to come say, no, we're going to buy the land, and hopefully it'll be worth it. And I don't think that, like as Reiko said, they're not trying to rush us. Then I take that as fact, and then we shouldn't rush. And I think we should do, as the council too, we're responsible at the end of the day to say yes or no. We have an obligation to the public as well to do our due diligence, and I humbly ask, actually I strongly ask for you guys' support on this amendment, because this will also set a precedent of how things should be done, where the council should be part of the discussion and decision-making process, and not wait for the final moment of the budget where, again, this has never been done, where we did an amendment on the final day of the budget. So it's a lot of work by our staff, logistically, but I felt it was that important that we make sure that at least the public understands and you guys know that there is a huge risk with this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
Well, deep sigh, because I want to, first of all, appreciate the mayor's office for looking for a new place to put the mechanics, to put our automotive shop. I think it's really important. I also like the idea of being able to create more at-risk housing that would go right there where the existing one is, though if that is a toxic spot too, we don't want to do that on top of that if that's the case. I am going to support this amendment even though I don't want to. I don't want to because I want to be creating this change. What I will say in supporting the amendment is I'm absolutely willing and wanting to have the meetings looking at doing the due diligence of what would be there, for looking at the agreement of sale. But I feel like if this was done on April 1st, we have had close to 2 months to have that time to actually bring this before us, even if it's one-on-one, and then to come to the meeting without even the sales agreement, to not even have the basic information, to not have some sort of level of whether it's got asbestos, which it probably does. I don't know that, but it probably does. Maybe he saw something I didn't. But to not even bring the most basic pieces, that is, I feel, taken for granted in that. And to buy on faith is a big ask when there isn't the due diligence for this critical meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and agree with the amendment, but with the statement that I am very willing and open-minded to looking and learning and seeing if this location is in fact the right location, because if it is, I like the idea of a quick move. But I want to make sure that we move our people to some place that's safe for them and it isn't in fact at the end of its life that will cost us possibly more than the purchase of the property. So that is where my position is.
Councilmember Cooley.
Yeah, I too am supporting the amendment, and I think, especially here we are, ending our budget, and the work we do on the budget as a council is our most important job. And so we are accountable too. Like the mayor and his administration has to do their due diligence, we have to do ours too. And so I see this as my responsibility to do that due diligence and follow up on what Chair has found so far. If we take this action today, they can start working with us on the due diligence immediately, and then go through the bill process, and we can involve the public. We can bring everybody who needs to come forward to give us all the information we need, and it can be, thorough. And we owe that to our citizens. We're talking about $5.2 million. Look at how we struggled for just a little bit of money for the homeless, a little bit of money for substance abuse and mental health. We're talking about $5.2 million. So let's do our due diligence. Hope you join me in supporting.
Councilmember Holland.
Okay, so I appreciate this conversation, and I really appreciate you discovering this, Chair, and bringing it to the floor. As an environmental scientist, I've done contaminated land assessments and monitoring for tank removals, for contaminated lands, for all kinds of things. And inherently, I wasn't able to really dive into the level that I'd like to be comfortable, but I don't think that's really the conversation that's on the floor today. It's not for us to determine whether the environmental situation is and what it isn't. It's for us to look at the finances. And so while I do share concerns that there may be elevated environmental costs, the brief review that I did shows that a lot of those things have been addressed for the long-term dioxins. And I'm not concerned that there's a risk of human impact to our team. And if we were digging and exposing into that, it may be more issues. But regardless, it's about the costs. And in thinking forward about something like this, I actually get concerned about the future liability, the liability of stuff that isn't necessarily even law yet, because that site is bordered by streams. And so when I did the quick desktop assessment last night, I kind of looked at the stream proximity, and I have concerns about what we're going to do on that property with oils and with chemicals, and we will be further contaminating that site. And so to me, I disagree that it's not the right place. I think it actually might be the right place for a project like this. I personally would, like Chair mentioned, I generally support not contaminating new virgin lands wherever we can. I think we should consolidate those contaminations, so it very well may be that this is the right site for it. There's a huge amount of cost that would need to be considered in the establishment of a new site, not just because you'd have to build the structure, but you'd have to prepare the soil for that type of contamination, and it could be different. But I think regardless, we need all that information before us, and I agree that my concern is that this conversation does not come back before council prior to it being settled, and I am concerned. We don't know who the next mayor is going to be. We don't know who's going to be leading those decisions and at which thresholds they're going to determine is and isn't suitable for purchase. So that makes me a little bit concerned. It does appear that the history of this site is based around the use of 2,4-D, like Mr. Sykos mentioned. And I appreciate all the efforts that were made, and I want to acknowledge that I do think this was a difficult period of a supplemental, and I don't believe that there's any intention in hiding any of this. It's just more that this was a strenuous budget period, and I appreciate all the work of the mayor's team, but I am supporting this coming back before council, and mostly because I'm confident that that will not stop the process should we determine that this site is the correct way to go. But I do happen to think that this might actually be a good site for this, but we do have to understand what we're going to be spending and investing into it. So thank you very much for the discussion.
Councilmember Carvalho.
I believe this is a site for this kind of work and the site for what we're talking about. But at the same time, there's a lot of questions that have been posed for me. And I want to make sure that whatever the final decision that is environmentally safe and sound and wherever we're at, we can look at a whole new area. But at the same time, there's an opportunity here that I was hoping we could get through it. But for me, I think we got to really take a little time out and look at it and reevaluate. I know administration has their kuleana and responsibility to move forward, but then the possibility of it not taking it to the next level is still on the table for me. So I think overall, if we can just really reevaluate everything, and there's still a possibility that this whole thing can happen and move forward. We just need to take it one step at a time in a more official way, if you know what I mean. So that's kind of like where I'm at right now, overall.
Councilmember Bolosan.
Yeah, I want to mahalo, Chair, for proposing this amendment and for the discussion, and mahalo to the administration for answering the questions. I do want to echo, the sentiment of how this is not a normal process. It is part of the process. It's a normal process that is included in budget, but not something that we want to do or want to have a habit on. And so I definitely want to echo that. And I also want to echo that all that was shared by council members, that due diligence on our part is required, and time is the essence to allow us to do those things. And it may be difficult for us to make these decisions soundly if we don't have all the pieces of information. So I just hope in the future, if I get reelected and continue this work, that we can make sure these processes are in there. But I actually will echo the majority of what Councilmember Holland has shared. And I'm in agreement with this, in that I'd like to see this funded this cycle, mainly because two things. One, first, I know after hearing the discussion, I think I can trust the process that our administration is going to do everything possible to be responsible for our taxpayers' money. But the second is future costs. When you think about some of the biggest challenges, the number one thing that we're thinking about each budget is, what can we do now that are not going to add up costs later? Some of these things, as mentioned, this is not nearly as big as houseless or wastewater or our landfill issues. I wish we could divert all of that there. But this is one of the biggest challenges for our functioning as a county, to make sure that we have all the necessary resources so that we can operate safely and properly. And so my fear is the future costs. If we wait on projects like this, that we then raise the costs and we lose opportunities, and therefore longer term increase the costs unnecessarily. Not because we are not doing our due diligence, but because we decided not to take action. And so I want us to take action before thinking, and so therefore I'm looking to keep this in place.
Anyone else? I just want to say, I completely understand the county's position on wanting this property. I see all the benefits of it. I think it frees up a lot of stuff that we talk about. I think every year auto maintenance shop says they're running out of space. We had a big presentation on the Lihui sewer treatment facility, and the big question was, how are they going to expand? They don't have space. This purchase would open up that area. And then we already have a big plan next to KAO, in KAO, to do a big homeless and emergency shelter and transitional shelter, and it would open up space there. So it kind of checks all the boxes on why we would want to do it. Yeah, obviously the timing on it is not good. It hit us like right in between the budget and our supplementary, and for me, I'm still like bothered by our whole like how we're approving or not approving land purchases. The process of it, I think it's a little bothersome. I think that's what's giving everybody heartache now. We're approving something we don't really have much information on, and putting it in the admin's hands and trusting them. Ultimately, I see the benefits of it. I'm to the more effect of that. I'm going to trust in the admin that, if a lot of stuff come up regarding the environmentals, and they're going to take a step back, talk to us and say, hey, this is not going to work, so we're not going to purchase it, or we are going to move forward. But I do see a lot of benefits in getting that property. And, if we lose the opportunity on this because of timing, I don't know what the timing is, but I don't want to lose it because of timing, because it's really hard to purchase property elsewhere. So I'm thinking of keeping the money in there just to give us some flexibility. That doesn't mean I'm comfortable with the whole purchase agreement. It doesn't mean I'm comfortable with the way we approve these purchases. I am going to try and look at a way where we have, I guess, more teeth or a better procedure where we're able to hear about these purchases more ahead of time. Then, if the money's there, then we're basically just approving an indemnification agreement, which an indemnification agreement is going to look the same on every single purchase. So it's very hard for us to vote no on it. The sale is already going to go through. And so, yeah, for me, I do understand the benefits of it, and I do want us to kind of move forward on freeing up all that space and creating all that type of benefit. I do know a money bill would be a good option to do, but I know it does take time also. And so, yeah, for me, I kind of want us to be able to move on a property like this, just, for the benefits that it has. If, considering all the hazardous materials and all the phase 1s and phase 2 come back, it's a go. That being said, this is a straight cut, so it only takes 4 votes to cut. Basically, we'd be cutting I vote would be cutting the amount out of the CIP budget, and the amounts would go back to the general excise tax fund and the general fund balance. So it takes 4 votes.
Can I just make one more plea, because I think I lost count. I think I heard that Rego say that even if the amendment passed, that they would still move forward and seek the money bill process. So I don't think the project dies by supporting this amendment. It moves forward. Money bill would take 6 to 8 weeks if that's the route it would go. I just want to caution everybody of the ramifications should we purchase that property and it is contaminated, and the cost is going to be significant. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I guess, wait, let me suspend the rules again. I'm going to ask Rico a question regarding those lines. So Rico, considering whether we have the money in the budget, then it'll be at hand starting July 1st. Or if it's cut and we have to go for a money bill, is that going to affect our purchase and sale agreement? Or any contingency in it, being that we don't know what the purchase and sale agreement says?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, because there are deadlines in there that we have to fulfill. So I don't know if this would jeopardize that. Yes, the plan was to come for a money bill later on, but that was assuming that the purchase and sale agreement would be signed later on. So all those deadlines would have been longer as well. So since we are in, the clock has started. So we we still think this is a great idea. We still think that this land acquisition is like you said, it checks all the boxes. There's a lot of dominoes that will fall into place if we have access to this parcel. So I think we will pursue, but again, it could be jeopardized.
Being that the phase 2 isn't going to be complete until like December, you wouldn't need the money until like after that, right?
Correct. I mean, I think that from what I'm hearing from this body, if you want me to come back and report on the due diligence, I can't do that in 6 to 8 weeks. So it's not a fair projection of a timeline, right? Because I couldn't drop a money bill next week and I would give you the same information that I'm giving you right now. So I would have to wait until after the environmental reviews are completed, or at least we know what the reports are going to look like, to then come back and start the 6 to 8 week process of doing a money bill. So that just adds on to I can't do it in parallel if what you're asking is a report on the environmentals.
Councilmember Cowden. Mike.
So I will answer your question in a minute, but my question is, this phase 1 $7,000 thing, can this start as soon as you ask for it, regardless of how we vote?
Correct. We as soon as we get all the negotiations with the vendor, we will execute the contract.
So I would say do that. And then what you just said, I'm going to ask in questions, so I'm not giving you my opinion. What I would consider a due diligence for a money bill to start that would be satisfying for me. So is this something that's possible for you? Is it possible for you to have a meeting with myself and perhaps other council members that includes the purchase sale agreement that we can look at and understand? Is it possible for you to give us the information that both Council Member Holland, I know the difference between the two of us, I can't believe that, and the Chair, Raposo, even myself, just doing a very quick Google search, is it possible for you to consider bringing those pieces to us in little chunks, as doesn't violate sunshine law, or in front of the whole group might be fine too, to do a briefing? That might be really good for everybody, where we are able, is it possible for you to give us this information where we see a real layout? If the chair hadn't brought that image, we wouldn't have that. So is it possible that we could have a briefing that, in my mind, would represent the due diligence that I'm talking about, in terms of me being able to feel that, okay, I'm comfortable considering the money bill? That's what I would have liked. I don't see any reason it couldn't have happened.
Yeah, I mean, it could obviously happen. That would be at, you folks could call a briefing any time.
Okay.
I will fall on the sword for not being more transparent about this. I could have done 2x2s and filled you guys in on all of this. It just, time got away from me between April 1st and now. But yeah, I mean, I would ask this body to do a briefing even with the money funded already, right? Like, yeah, you might not have the discretion to say no, but you can get an update of where we are and whether we are moving forward with the process or we're not.
Okay. I don't have another question. I have a comment for the end.
Councilmember Holland.
I guess mine's more comments than question.
Any further questions? If not, we'll bring it back. Okay, thanks. Question.
You said it earlier, but I missed it now, and I'm looking back at my notes. How long ago did you start discussions on the purchase of this property?
I would guess about 6 months ago.
This is 6 months. So now we see that it's been on the market for over a year. So they already were selling it for 6 months before you started talking to them. Okay. And then at what point in those 6 months, and maybe it was just recently in the last couple of weeks, did you get from the seller that they really want to sell it quickly because they have another reason to spend the money on, or whatever? They need the money for something else.
I mean, I think we didn't know that right up front, but we have known that for a little while. That's kind of why we were rushing the purchase and sale. Really, the purchase and sale is what gets us into conversations about due diligence and that kind of thing. So we did the appraisal, we did things like that before we made the actual offer. But in order to proceed with the acquisition, that purchase and sale agreement was really the trigger.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'll call the meeting back to order. Councilmember Holland.
Yeah, so I find this a little bit difficult because we don't have the purchase sale agreement, and we haven't been able to understand what those points are, which is why and what the contingencies specifically are that would lead to it not being approved. So I feel like it's difficult with what we've been shared to support funding this moving forward. And I want to be really clear that, I also trust that Mayor Kawakami and Reiko and the team would make a really thoughtful and good decision when that information comes back. But the reality is that by December, I'm not confident that they're going to be, I know they're not going to be the same people making those decisions. And quite frankly, I'm not sure what that's going to look like, and whether those people that are appointed to make those, to make those decisions, make the right decision that doesn't go through the checks and balances of this body. And so that part does concern me. It isn't about necessarily trust, but it is about the process, I think, more than anything. And so given that the process is what it is right now, and it doesn't feel like we're given the information that we need, I feel like I need to support this amendment, the amendment, to have it come back before us. But I am very clear that I am not doing that in any intention to slow down that process. And I think as long as we are in the process of moving that forward, I would say prepare the stuff. But I also understand what was just shared by Managing Director, that if we had an information briefing right now, we wouldn't have that information. And so it's very likely that this purchase is not actually going to happen until early 2027, when we're going to have an entirely new administration. And so I just want to explain that that's part of my concern, is that we have no idea what our elected mayor and council is going to look like, and the fact that, that's my concern, and that's why I'll be supporting the amendment.
Last one.
Council Chair Opposed.
Yeah, I think it's uncommon, I think, for the newer council members that this happens, because typically outgoing administrations don't bring up projects like this, at the end where they're not going to be able to fulfill it. So you're basically dropping this on the next administration. Well, Councilmember Cowden said something. If the chair hadn't brought that image that we all saw, no one would have known what was going on. And the reason I bring that up is because I've only started my due diligence. This was only a couple of days, and I'm not ending my due diligence, my investigation. So based on all the questions that everybody had, even the ones that are leaning towards not supporting the amendment, the questions that you folks had tell me that you guys are not comfortable, but you don't want to say no, because I'm feeling, again, I'm going back to what Mr. Cooley said about, it seems like we're doing this for the seller, and we want to accommodate the seller. Because he needs to, he needs the money. That should never be even the discussion point for this body. Absolutely not. This is not about the seller. This is about our citizens, our taxpayers that are going to be stuck with this bill. So I don't even why we're asking questions about that, because it's irrelevant. It is so irrelevant. Fact of the matter is, there are too many questions that have not, and honestly, if I was the administration, the first one of you that mentioned the purchase agreement, I would have texted somebody and said, get 7 copies of those purchase agreements over here right now. But it was not done. I'm not going to ask for it. I don't need to see it, because that's not going to change my mind. The fact of the matter is that is what I call distressed property. But I agree with you, Fern, that I believe that's where we should go. But only if we know that it's suitable and safe. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the extra time.
Councilmember Cowden.
Me? Okay, so I appreciate the answers that I just got from our managing director, and you know, a briefing of the nature that I described, which is certainly a possibility and easy to bring before us, to me, demonstrates respect due to the public. And I think that it really needs to be right here. And I just want to add that I appreciate Mr. Sykos bringing up 2,4-D, which was a terrible contaminant in the Vietnam War and in Agent Orange. And before I was on council, but certainly Councilmember Cowden and, I mean, how can I do that? Holland and I were very much involved in this pesticide concern, and this is a big issue to a lot of people in the community. So we just want to make sure everything is fine. And so I will say it's great that the mayor's office has already done some due diligence where they feel confident, but I need to at least see what they've done and then to do the money bill. But I do want to do the money bill because I do want to see you guys be successful. I do want to see all this gets structured and set out, and that we get the tests and greater due diligence, the phase 2. I want to see in that when you present to us what phase 1 is and what phase 2 is and how it relates to the contingencies. I really want to see a really clean picture. And if we have an intention to possibly buy the other half, because that might be really excellent also. So it seems like there's a lot of really good possibilities that have been brought up, and because supplemental budget time was too demanding to be able to give us this information, you know, we can get it afterwards, and I don't think it should, and I'm looking right at the seller, that seller's agent, that I am willing, or our agent or whatever, the realtor, that this isn't a no. This is, I gotta have better information.
Okay. Any further discussion from the members? If not, yeah, I guess I'll make my statement again. For me, yeah, it's a tough one because, again, I don't agree with the process. In the past, we've always been able to have a say in land purchases. One way or another, it would either come into executive session or a money bill or some type, I guess. And for me, yeah, it has nothing to do with the seller needing the money or anything like that. But I don't know, it's almost like I don't want us to lose the opportunity, if it's there, to purchase this property, because I see the benefit of us being able to clear so many cards off our deck, you know, as far as sewer, consador, housing, auto shop. And that's the main driving force. It's not to get a sale done. It's I expect the admin to come back and tell us this is a go or it's a no-go based on the environmental. And so, yeah, that's just where my vote is. I just don't want us to, yeah, lose the opportunity, I guess, on it, because I see how much. If it was just to move the auto shop, maintenance shop, and that's it, then I'll be probably a little more on the side of, yeah, let's hold up the process, let's do the money bill, let's have them come back. But it cleans off a whole bunch of other cards on our deck, you know, as far as the Hui wastewater treatment facility, as far as more space to build housing by KAO, as far as giving us a little bit more opportunity in that area to be able to store stuff. And so that's just where my vote is going, the way it's going. Councilmember Carvalho.
Just following up what you just said about Rico and what she said, and just holding them accountable to what was said on the floor, and just let's move forward. That's where I'm at.
Okay, with that, roll call vote on the amendment.
On the amendment, Councilmember Bulasan?
No.
Councilmember Carvalho?
No.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo?
Aye.
Committee Chair Kaneshiro?
No. Amendment passes 4-3. With that, we'll come back to the main motion as amended. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on the main motion as amended? So basically, do we have to take the operating first, or can we do the CIP? Yeah, so we'll finish the CIP with our amendment, and then we'll have to go back to operating, and we'll include this amendment into the operating. Any questions from the member? Any testimony from the members on the budget as amended, CIP as amended? If not, any discussion from the members? Again, I think we had a lot of discussion on the amendment, and ideally, if we can save any budget discussion for our second and final reading. So with that, motion on the floor is to approve as amended. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Reposo?
Aye.
Committee Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Then we'll go back to bill number 2988. So,
Maybe we have to go back to that.
Yeah, maybe it's a good.
Bill 2988 is our operating budget. Because we passed this amendment, it is going to change the operating budget because some of the money is going to go back into the general fund. So we do have an amendment.
Move to amend as circulated.
Second.
And so this is going to be housekeeping to clean up the amendment that happened at CIP. Any questions from the members on this amendment? Same, it's to clean it up. Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this amendment? It's the same amendment that happened in CIP. Same discussion. Not any discussion? Do a roll call vote. Oh, yeah, roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call on the amendment. Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Reposo?
Aye.
Committee Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And with that, we have bill number 2988 as amended. Any questions or discussion on bill 2988 as amended? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Reposo?
Aye.
Committee Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Motion passes.
You're at we're at 12:30. I think we're gonna have to come back for the other items. We still have 4 more items. Yeah, unless you guys want to try and we can try and go an extra 10 minutes or something and see where we're at.
I'm for getting through it.
You guys want to go through it? I'm open to going through it.
These are all second reading, right?
These are
Committee.
Yeah.
We already went through.
I know I'll have something with 2995.
2995? Okay. All right. You're probably going to take a break.
Okay. Oh, no, we're going to take a lunch. Yeah.
Come back at 2:09.
We're going to have to take a lunch break and come back at 1:30. You know what? Actually, let's try and get through the first 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Clerk, can you read bill number 2993?
Bill number 2993, a bill for an ordinance to amend ordinance number B2025-905 as amended relating to the operating budget of the County of Kauaʻi, State of Hawaii for the fiscal year July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 by revising the amounts estimated in the general fund. This is for the general liability and auto claims and health fund contributions of $1,445,000.
To approve.
Second.
And again, this was an amount that came from our attorney's office asking for more money. Do we have any questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on Bill 2993? If not, any final discussion from the members? Roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden?
Aye.
Councilmember Holland?
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i?
Aye.
Council Chair Reposo?
Aye.
Committee Chair Kaneshiro?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Next item.
Bill number 2994, a bill for an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement for the bargaining unit 11 between July 1st, 2025 and June 30th, 2029.
To approve.
Second.
This is for firefighters collective bargaining. Any questions from the members on this? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Any final discussion from the members? If Not, roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolasan.
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuli'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Reposo. Committee Chair Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Yeah, with that, we're at 12:30. We'll take our 1-hour lunch break, and we'll come back and we'll finish up the final 2 items. At 1:30. And then. Okay, welcome back. Clerk, we're on bill number 2995.
Bill number 2995, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 5A, Kauaʻi County Code 1987 as amended, relating to real property tax. This is the long-term affordable rental requirements.
Move to approve.
Second.
With that, do we have any questions from the members?
I do.
Councilmember Cotton, your mic. I'll suspend
Yes.
the rules.
Scott, oh, okay. Chelsea, thank you. I have a few simple questions.
Okay.
And then probably an amendment. So my simple question is, it looks like it's addressing a few different issues. So what particularly on item F, if the director obtains documents, photos, reports, and/or other credible information indicating that a tenant does not occupy the residence as their primary residence or that a tenant resides in a separate residence, this evidence shall serve as prima facie proof that the tenant does not occupy the residence as their primary residence. The director shall provide writing and notice to the owner that the property does not qualify for the long-term affordable rental classification. What is stimulating this?
Chelsea Sakai, Director of Finance. So we've heard of a case, for example, where an individual is doing an actual long-term affordable rental on the North Shore because that's where they worked.
Okay.
But they also had a home exemption with their wife at their home on the west side. So now this is now in essence he has 2 primary residences, which is not the intent of the long-term affordable program.
Okay, I hadn't thought of that one.
Yeah.
So that happens sometimes. A person lives in a house and is renting on the other side. He's got low rent, and so we have a problem with the fact that he has low rent because the intention of the long-term affordable is to create an additional unit for somebody to live in?
Correct, to provide primary residences for folks.
Okay.
But the real problem is not the low rent. The low problem is you having 2
home
exemptions.
correct.
That's the real problem.
Correct.
They have 2 homes and they're getting 2 home exemptions because they're living in one home and then they're claiming that they're renting to themselves in another home at a low income.
And maybe not to themselves, right? Like renting from somebody else. Yeah, so.
And so what if it is a member of the family? You know how we have a lot of people who kind of pile up in family compounds? So maybe the adult son has this long-term affordable house, but he also goes back to his parents on the weekend. That would be something that would take that away from the parents.
Can you say your example again?
It's a family. Many families here live in multi-generational housing. So they have an adult son who has a rental on the North Shore. They live on the west side. He's up there working. But on the weekends, his girlfriend or his wife is on the west side, so he goes back and crashes at mom and dad's. Would that still, does it matter which family member is the one in the long-term affordable housing?
Well, assume, if I'm understanding your example correctly, the parents would be the homeowner on the west side.
That's correct.
So the home exemption would be under their name.
And so just the fact that the son is kind of got another place, kind of living in 2 places, it wouldn't disrupt the parents.
No, because they are still occupying their home as their primary residence.
And it wouldn't disrupt the landowner of the son.
The one doing the long-term affordable rental?
Yeah.
No.
And so that's the typical one that you're trying to stop, and that's
Correct.
something that's happening
Correct.
now. Okay, and then in G, it says, if during the course of any tax year the long-term affordable rental classification is revoked, the tax classification shall be reclassified and reassessed taxes for those years shall be recalculated and the cap reset at the same time the long-term affordable rental classification is disallowed. So is this trying to apply to item F or any item?
To F.
F. So, because when I read this, if somebody has a long-term affordable rental, and let's say their tenant dies, no one's fault, right? Passes away. Then that landowner didn't end up with a tenant that lived there for a full year. So it would be that they would no longer be in compliance with their one-year lease because their tenant died, maybe couldn't pay the rent, left for whatever reason. When they're supposed to have a year-long tenant, and let's just say they only make it 4 months, for whatever reason, they're not there. What happens to that unit owner, the landowner, who does that rent to that person for a year, and the person flakes, leaves, dies, whatever? What happens to the tax classification on that property? Because when I read this, it would be reclassified and reassessed, and they would lose their tax cap. Because I don't see it giving a fallback.
Scott Terrio, Property Tax Manager. So when I read this, it's when you're talking about letter G, is that what you're talking about? It's saying if it's revoked. So if it's revoked, then it'll be reclassified for all those years. But in your situation, I can maybe defer to county attorney or anything, but how do you want it to be done?
Well,
I mean, we can simply, if you don't meet the qualifications, we can remove it, but then you need to be clear. Or as of right now, if you're a homeowner and you move out, we just leave it for that assessment year because it's as of a date. So it's, if you want to be clear, just however the council wants it.
I'm first of all trying to understand because I might not get it, like, because I didn't write it, so when I read it, I'm going to perceive it whatever way I'm looking at it. So let me just ask you this. If somebody has a unit that they rent out on the long-term affordable rate, low-income affordable rate, and for whatever reason, not their fault, that person leaves. Or maybe they have to evict them because they're having bad behavior. Sometimes there are reasons to evict. So if they have to evict their tenant that's supposed to be in there for a year, what happens?
Current practice, we would leave it.
You would leave it and they could put somebody else in there,
Yes.
and it would work.
That's what I would think we would do that because that's how we're doing the home exemption right now. If you have the home exemption as of October 1st, you applied on time, you get it on October 1st. If you move out the next day, we still leave it. That's our current practice. So I think we would apply this the same way.
Okay, so, and then I have a question just about this 18-year-old. This must be something that actually happens.
It has happened, and not only in this county. 18 years old is the legal age for a tenant.
And so if somebody's got a niece or nephew living in their long-term property, we wouldn't honor it because they're underage.
Correct.
Okay, and then I did have an amendment. Is that paper ready yet? No, okay. Can I say what it is? It's simple.
Yeah, you'll just wait till the meeting
Okay.
come back to order.
All right.
Because the rules are
Any
still
other
suspended. So.
questions from the members?
Those are my main questions. I don't know if there's people who
I'll
want
call the meeting back to order and I'll take testimony.
Okay.
Anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Lonnie.
For the record, Lonnie Saikas. Also, earlier today, I talked to Reiko about the items that I'm about to bring up. Is it possible to put this up on the big screen for the folks at home?
The bill on
the bill. And the reason is I would like the council to look at Section 2, Item B, For the public at home, the text reads, any owner of real property that is rented or leased as a long-term affordable rental shall receive the long-term affordable rental tax rate as provided in Section 5A64, provided that, this is the point, all dwellings on the property are long-term affordable rentals or residential leases of state-owned property. That is hugely problematic. I just wonder, when was this written? The bill, anybody remember when 2995 was first approved? Because my issue with this is, I know 3 people born and raised on Kauaʻi, and I will mention one of them because they're a public figure, and they have stated what I'm going to say many times here in the council chambers. Thank you.
We can, keep going, because that's actually not a change in the bill, it's just in the original.
And so in regards to provided that all dwellings on the property are either long-term affordable or residential leases, former council member DaCosta many times has commented that he has an owner-occupied house and 2 long-term affordable rentals on his property, and the plain language of this says that because he has an owner-occupied house, the long-term affordable rentals should be disallowed. Now, I do not believe the intention of this bill is to get rid of affordable long-term housing, but the very plain language of this, and it is utterly unacceptable to say, ooh, if that happens, we'll just have some county official capriciously and arbitrarily say it doesn't apply in this circumstance. So I think you need to change the language in that and just include of the 3 types, of the 2 of the dwellings allowed on the property, you should include owner-occupant. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if that addresses the issue. You guys have one, but as a non-lawyer, that seems pretty simple fix to me.
That's your first 3 minutes. You might be the only one in there. Oh, anyone else wishing to testify on this item? If not, you can have your second 3 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, Bonnie Saitos. The other issues that I'm going to bring up, the first one is tied into something which we've had a lot of conversation here in the council about, which is the fact that our software for property taxes allows us to increase taxes on people, but it doesn't allow us to decrease taxes on people, right? The bill here in numerous places says that if you violate your beneficial tax rate, it gets whacked and a new rate is assigned at that moment. But if your rate were to go down, we can't do the same thing. So part of this is just a problem I hope gets fixed when the county buys new software to solve that problem. But as Member Cowden pointed out, if you have a September 30th deadline, why do you enact legislation that you do not intend to enforce? And so that's the question here. You don't intend to enforce this because if you did, it would destroy long-term affordable rentals on Kauaʻi, right? It's the same issue of if your tenant leaves, if they die, if they get a better job and leave the island, there's no mechanism to allow you to get a new long-term renter until a new contract for the next fiscal year. So I would think it would be really complicated to figure out how to address this other than to change the software, and then the software does it, and that's the end of the problem. And it's not just with this, right? There's a problem spread through our real property system. Finally, I want to address F and G. And my observation, there's an enormous lack of due process. Mel was a police officer, and so what you're basically saying is if there's any amount of probable cause, we can convict. And so that's what it means when it says the evidence shall serve as prima facie proof. And so I'm just going to tell the county this. If you do this and do it wrongly, and the person has a tort against because they were in fact a resident and the county claimed they weren't, I will help them crowdsource an attorney and sue the county for the violations, multiple violations of civil rights. Okay, this really needs to be worked over. I agree with what you're trying to do. I don't agree with how you're trying to do it in this language. So Member Cowden had good observations about this, and please clean the language up in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cowden?
I'd like to move to amend as circulated.
Second.
Second.
In this, I'm basically shifting shall to may, and that allows this discretion that real property tax director has suggested that is somewhat inherent in a lot of these. This does leave it to me. When I say shall, that means they have to. So this is two instances of shall. One is in F. This evidence shall serve, this says this evidence may serve as prima facie proof. And in G, the tax classification may be reclassified. And because sometimes there are mistakes, and I know one big humbug, I don't remember all the details, but it really was, you know, sometimes people are dating and they spend the night at each other's places, and the resident was spending the night at the boyfriend's place quite a lot, and so the family lost their tax classification because she wasn't in her place enough. And I saw it all. Big complaint. I don't know exactly how that is, but there are things that it might turn out that there is extenuating circumstances, and so shall is a really big gavel that comes down. It looks one way, so that means they have to take away the strength of it, and may gives that amount of discretionary choice that is implied. And I'm curious if we can talk to Mr. Toroya to see how he feels about that.
Okay.
Scott?
Scott, if you come up, I have a question.
I have a question for
Chairperson.
When did your friend or constituent lose the tax class because she stayed at the boyfriend's house?
That was probably about 3 years ago. They've since gotten married, and she lives at the husband's house now.
Because you constantly repeat that people are losing their tax exemptions, and we've had them up here, and they said they've never revoked a homeowner tax class. So I just want to make sure we're not misleading the public. If it's happened, I want to know about it too, because I want to make sure we're not yanking classes because some girlfriend is staying at a boyfriend's house overnight. I don't think that's happening. I cannot imagine how that would happen. That's still your primary residence.
Well,
but if it is happening, I do want to know about it.
The story was she was taking care of the dog while he was deployed.
Well, what I know from finance is we have never revoked an exemption. So I just want to make sure the information that your friend is telling you is accurate.
Okay, I can direct them to you.
Not me. I want to hear from finance. They would be the ones to revoke.
Okay. So
if they're saying they have never revoked an homeowner's exemption, then
owner-occupant exemption.
Yeah, owner-occupant. Then
all right, I can give you the details. I don't really want to drag.
I want to hear it from finance, not from your friend. I want to hear it from finance.
I'll suspend the rules, Scott.
And I'm not asking for that now. Just that I am led to believe from our finance department, real property tax office, that we have not done that.
Yeah. Okay.
And I've heard you say it more than once.
In the break, I'll give you the name.
I don't want the name. I want to hear it from them.
Yeah, and we can send the question through. This is just committee, so we should be able to get an answer by the time.
But Yeah, so.
By the time it comes to final reading.
No, the only reason I bring that up, Mr. Concher, is because it's repeated. And the last time it was a different scenario. So the public hears this, and then they think we're out there yanking exemptions. And I just want to be very clear. If that is happening, we need to fix that. And if it's not happening, then we shouldn't state it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, I think it's happening. I mean, I'm given information, and people, but I'm just looking, try to find the way. So I'm hearing you say, don't give examples. I'm just looking for the word may as opposed to shall, is
Okay.
what this is.
Any questions on the amendment from the members?
And is he okay with it? Can I ask him that?
I'll suspend the rules. Scott, if you want to come up, Councilmember Cowden wants to ask a question on her amendment.
Do you have objection from shall going to a may?
Thank you for that question. In section F, the first shall to may, I'm okay with that to may.
Okay.
But in letter G, if it's revoked, it's not, you have a choice. If it's revoked, it shall be removed and readjusted.
Okay.
So, I mean, the first one to give discretionary on the evidence provided before us, I think may is okay. Because, I mean, we should know if it's substantial evidence or it's just somebody taking a shot of somebody at somebody's house. I mean, we're not going to take that as evidence, really, to be honest.
Okay,
And
so let me-
just to be clear,
Okay.
whenever we remove something, even your example, for example, anytime you get a reassessment notice, you have the right to appeal. Yeah. So just be clear. If we're removing things from somebody, you have 30 days to file an appeal.
And I went to the appeal, and they didn't get it appealed successfully. So I did go. I mean, it really did happen, and I did go. And they lost it.
Okay.
So, all right.
Let's keep it to the amendment.
Amendment. So I just want to.
Pretty much looking at shall versus may.
Really grasp. So you're fine with F, and then G. If during the course of any tax year the long-term affordable rental classification is revoked, so the tax classification shall be reclassified. So if it's revoked, so let me ask you this. If during the course of any tax year the long-term affordable rental classification is revoked, so we'll say that that happens in July, there is evidence that caused the assessor, the director, to think, oh, you're not being accurate, so they revoke it. The tenant learns, or the landowner learns in December of the change, and then they're going to fight it then. I guess that's what they'd have to do. Are they going to know beforehand? Are they going to be told early, or they just have to wait until they get it in December?
Well, the timing for us, it depends on when we're going to be sending it out. I mean, whenever you get that letter and we change the assessment notice, they have 30 days from that notice to file an
Okay,
appeal.
so they get the notice in August, they can,
They get 30 days to file an appeal.
okay. All right, so then I can't add seriatim, change these, right? So I'd like to change it so F is the may, and then G goes back to shall.
I mean, I'll take questions from the members. I know how I'm going to vote on it. I'm not comfortable changing the
May.
yeah,
F.
shall to may. I think it should be a shall.
In F, regardless.
Yeah, in all of them, I guess. I mean, the first one doesn't really matter that much.
So what he's suggesting is he's fine if F is a may. So I'm saying I want to change it back to where F is a may and G goes back to shall.
So all you'd be changing is this evidence may serve as prima facie
Yeah.
proof.
And then the rest would be shall.
So
Can that be a friendly amendment, or does she have to go type up another page?
what about the written notice to the owner?
I think that was that the suggestion of the analyst? Because I don't think I asked for that.
wording.
It's just correcting the wording. That's like can we call that a grammar, so we call that a housekeeping, making the grammar be more in agreement?
Okay, so we need a motion for the friendly amendment. Or
Okay.
Okay, we'll take a motion for a friendly amendment to keep the 1st May, to keep everything in F the same, but strike out any changes in G.
Correct.
Second?
Okay. Any questions to the amendment now? All those in favor of the friendly amendment signify by saying, oh no, we'll just vote on it. If you vote for the friendly amendment, you're voting for the amendment, right?
You can vote on it. You're voting to amend the amendment.
Okay, we'll vote to amend the amendment.
Okay.
Any questions? We're keeping F. We're getting rid of any changes in G. Okay. Any discussion from the members? I'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolosan.
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo is not here. Council Committee Chair Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, back to the main motion as amended.
And then I have a question.
Okay, I'll suspend the rules.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure who it's for, whether it's for, maybe it's for Tyler, but Mr. Psycho brought something up that I thought had legitimacy about needing to add in owner occupancy there on item B. Owner occupant on item B. Here's my question. Can an amendment like that happen in here when that isn't part of what we're doing? So we can't do it there, but it might be something done in the future. Because I think he's correct. But we can't do that today.
No, I wouldn't, because it's not any changes that was going to happen to it anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be a completely new change.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion on the bill as amended from the members?
No, now we're on the whole
We already
bill.
voted the amendment on.
Okay.
We got to vote it again?
You voted to amend the amendment.
Yeah, we gotta
Okay.
still vote for the.
Okay.
Okay.
So we voted to amend the amendment, which was amended. So now let's take a vote for the amendment.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. So now we're on the main bill as amended. Any further questions or discussion from the members? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolosan.
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo is out. Committee Chair Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Next item, the final item.
Final item is Bill Number 2996, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 17, Article 1, Kauaʻi County Code 1987 as amended, relating to the general provisions relating to motor vehicles and traffic regulations and related fees.
Move to approve.
Second. Any questions from the members? Anyone in the audience wishing to testify on this item? Not any final discussion from the members? Roll call vote.
Councilmember Bolosan.
Aye.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Aye.
Councilmember Cowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Holland.
Aye.
Councilmember Kuali'i.
Aye.
Council Chair Raposo is out. Committee Chair Kaneshiro.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Seeing no further business and hearing no objections, the Finance and Economic Development Committee is now adjourned and we are done for today.
Thank you.
All right, Jeremy.